What did he do? I know, I was just. Welcome to the budget workshop. Today is August 8th, 2023. This meeting now comes to order. Please stand for the invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Gunter,
Here.
council members Costin,
Here.
Cummings,
Here.
Hayden,
Here.
Long,
Here.
Shepherd,
Here.
Steinke,
Here.
Welsh,
Here.
all present.
Thank you. Item 5 is citizens' input time. A maximum of 60 minutes has been set for the input of matters concerning city government, 3 minutes per individual. Please remember to state your name for the record. Anyone wishing to speak during citizens' input, please come forward. Seeing none, citizen input is now closed. Item 6 is business. 6A is the FY24 budget discussion that we are having today, and I'll turn it over to Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As we get started today, the presentation is going to be led by our Financial Services Director, Mr. Mark Mason. But before he goes into that, I just wanted to thank City Council for the opportunity to lead the city through this budget development, as well as all the input and discussions that we've had individually in some one-on-ones, as well as the budget retreats that kind of helped give us some guidance on where you would like to be at the time of delivery. And then in addition to that, I wanted to just thank all of the staff that was involved with the creation of the budget. At the end of the day, finance is responsible to pull it all together and assist in making sure it's balanced. But starting many months ago, November, December, January, February, all the operating departments had to put together their capital requests, their operating requests, and their personnel requests. And so the budget process really is a culmination of all the departments and all the staff involved, and it takes thousands of hours across the entire city. So I wanted to thank everybody that was involved, and I just appreciate the opportunity. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mark to kick off the presentation if there are no questions.
Thank you. Mr. Mason?
Yes, sir. Mr. Mayor, council members, Mark Mason, Financial Services Director. So to begin with, as soon as I flip this thing over. I don't know what that is.
That's a balanced budget.
That is a balanced budget.
All in favor, say aye.
Thank you. We're done for the day. What'd you do?
Here comes your backup, Mr. Mason.
Yeah. I'm sorry. It was working. There we go. More little buttons to present. Go back. All right, so as the city manager pointed out, and our agenda calls for, we're here to talk about the fiscal year 2024 City of Cape Coral proposed budget. So part of the agenda today is we'll talk a little bit about the budget development. We'll go through an overview of the budget, revenue sources, asset management plan, and then the department heads will come up here and talk about their proposed budget, what they requested, what they were approved for, and what's included in the overall budget for fiscal year 2024. In the end, I'll come back around and finish up with a brief discussion about debt and some of the debt that is included in the proposed budget, as well as the proposed fiscal year 25 and 26 budgets. So we began this process back in November of 2022 when we started. We began with the review of the asset management program, something that we presented to the City Council in June, June 15th at the summer retreat. So we won't go into too much depth with regard to the AMP this time around, but the point of starting with the AMP is to get an idea of what additional operating expenses we're going to need to be taking into account as we complete projects both in fiscal year 2024 as well as fiscal year 2025 and beyond. In addition, we went through and looked at the strategic plan. The strategic plan is still set as we approved it last year. I believe we'll be looking again at the strategic plan next year, but today we have all the waypoints that we're still continuing to work on that was approved as part of the programming last year. In addition, we looked at our prior year forecast for fiscal year 2024 and compared them with what was being requested as part of the proposal for fiscal year 2024. And of course, we looked at both changes in personnel as well as operating costs, taking into account the overall inflationary pressures that we've been under, as well as revenues and both current and future, in forecasting where we think we'll be in a couple of years. So the proposed budget is about $1.1 billion. General fund proposed budget is $225 million. What that means generally is that the remainder of the budgets, the $865 million, is spread throughout all of the remaining funds. Some interesting facts to take into account as we look at this overall budget. The budget is comprised of 59 different funds. These are all businesses, if you think of it as a business. But it takes into account 59 of the businesses or funds, each of which has to balance. So they have all their own balanced budget, and in the aggregate then makes up the $1 billion. It includes one general fund. It has 24 special revenue funds, 12 capital project funds, 16 enterprise funds, and 6 internal service funds. So that makes up all the business units of the City of Cape Coral. Overall, the 2024 budget includes a millage rate of 5.3694 mils. It's the same millage rate as last year. Fire service assessment increased from 62 to 70% recovery, 5% increase in water and sewer rates, as well as a 5% increase in stormwater rates. And we're looking at an increase in solid waste rates as well. Included in the overall, in the 2024 proposed budget is staffing. For the general fund overall, we have 16 additional positions. And throughout the remainder of the funds, we have in the building fund, we have 2 additional positions. In fire, we have 10.5 additional positions. Water and sewer has 12.5 positions. Stormwater has an additional 10. And we'll be going through these, the department heads will be going through some of these position acquisitions as far as their proposed goals and what they're looking to accomplish as far as their budgets are concerned as they get up here and speak about them. Total employee count, not including the CRA or the charter school for fiscal year 2024 is 1,909, just a little over 1,909 positions. Cape Coral's population at this point is 208,000. That comes from our Bureau of Economic and Business Research group, otherwise known as BEBR. So at this point, we're looking at the overall number of employees per 1,000 population, which is basically a standard comparison between municipalities and other governments throughout the state of Florida, kind of give you an idea of where you stand in relation to everybody else. But for us, in 2003 we were looking at 9.3 per 1,000. In 2024, we're looking at 9.2 per 1,000. The proposed budget as by fund group is, again, $1.1 billion. General fund, again, is $225 million. The other largest group of funds is the enterprise funds. We also have special revenue funds at $185 million. City manager's proposed budget, again, $225 million at 5.3694 mils. The overall, the general fund is primarily funded with taxes. A little over 58% of the resources in the general fund comes from tax revenue. The ad valorem, we budget at 96%. We generally collect right around 96% on an annual basis. When I say 96%, if we budgeted at 100%, we would be collecting at 96%. So we budget at 96%, and we collect 100% of the 96%. We also, part of our policies today, we budget major revenue sources in the general fund at 95% of estimates. This is really designed for two purposes. One, to ensure that if we see a downturn in the economy, we're covered. But at the same time, we try to budget on a conservative basis. So we take this into account, understanding that there's a good possibility we may collect more revenue, but that gives the opportunity for future years to fund not only our reserves, but at the same time fund future projects as part of our AMP. Proposed changes from the budget that we originally submitted. Many of the revenue sources from the state of Florida had not yet come in when we prepared and submitted the budget to you. Our charter requires us to submit prior to the first meeting in August, which generally then sets us back to about the 15th, the 16th or thereabouts in July in order to get the information out to you. The governor generally will sign off on the budget somewhere around the middle of June, in which case that gives the state very little time to try to publish some of the revenue sources that we share with them. That would be the half-cent sales tax, municipal revenue sharing, gas taxes, communication services tax. They do the calculation of that information and then pass that on to us as to what our share of those revenue sources will be. And so when we received them about a week ago. And part of that is that local half-cent sales tax and municipal revenue sharing, along with the communication services tax, which we received just yesterday. Although it says $3,072,000, it actually comes down to about $3,026,000 additional revenue that was not taken into account when we proposed the budget. In addition, the police department staffing adjustment, it was right around $12,000. When we sent out the budget and had the budget prepared, the police chief came back and asked us to make an adjustment with one of the positions and putting in a sergeant as opposed to another position. And so the overall change and adjustment to that was a savings of $12,000. In addition, we also have some saving or some adjustments that are in the fire department, but that's a separate fund, which I'll talk about here shortly. So as we get to the end of this presentation, some of the things we'll be talking about is how to allocate the $3,026,000, and how we have the information. We have a handout about what was remaining as far as what was not funded in the general fund that we'll provide at that time if we get to that point today, or we do it on the 15th. Overall, the general fund, we've added an additional column in here. You'll see right in the middle of the page, it says fiscal year 2024 proposed, and then we come around and we say fiscal year 2024 adjusted proposed. That adjusted proposed takes into account the additional revenues that I just talked about and the additional changes to the police department. So to kind of give you an idea on the reserve side, under the proposed budget, there was $4.5 million included in the reserves. What that is that's the money that that the council recently approved for appropriation associated with the construction of both the police and the fire training facilities. So you approve the use of reserves this year with the understanding that the fiscal year 2024 budget would return those reserves back to you from the impact fee funds. And so that's what that $4.5 million represents. And so basically it came out of reserves. The idea is that it goes back into reserves. In addition, if you go back, in addition, in part of the proposed budget, you see personal services, it's about a $9 million increase. Part of that, it includes not only the additional positions that we talked about for the general fund, but also a number of increases that occurred, and it takes into account the additional funding that you just provided for raises for the general union, as well as that's primarily what it is, as well as a change to the overall pension contribution, which is a result of the pension board making adjustments with their, I want to say the interest rates with associated with the pension contribution. So we saw an increase across all three pension plans, contributions into the pension plans to take advantage of that, of those changes that they made in the plans. Okay. So for the Fire Operations Fund, because it is a separate fund, we wanted to talk briefly about that and some of the changes that you see. With respect to the proposed, you see about a $13 million increase in the fire assessment, and part of that is the natural change from the 62%, which you saw, and then the increase that goes from 62 to 70%. The change from 62 to 70% represents about $4.5 million. The remainder of it was the changes associated with the overall fire assessment fund itself. Some of the changes that you see in the fire assessment fund on personal services, again, this is about a $6 million increase. Some of the increases associated with that was the pension contribution increase, along with the bringing on we brought on the firefighters for Station 13 at half a year in fiscal year 2023. Now the entire budget hits for fiscal year 2024, as well as the contractual changes that were approved last year for the fire union. In addition, one of the things that has changed with the associated with the Fire Operations Fund is that in the operating fund, you see an increase of about $5 million. That $5 million represents the allocation of cost from the general fund that was not originally or not being picked up while it was in the general fund. So what we're showing you is the actual cost of the fire services, including the overall cost of the allocation of services that are provided to the fire department from the general fund. Okay. So one of the things we wanted to do with you was just a brief rundown of the various revenue sources that are included in the general fund. I mean, although there's a little over 101 revenue sources, many of them aggregated up, you'll talk about some of the others and transfers, but the whole point of looking at the general fund is to really get a better understanding and idea of what makes up and what funds the general fund and the limitations that are associated therewith, all right? So with ad valorem, again, I told you about 59% of the general fund is made up of ad valorem. When you get down to the other revenue sources, such as the local half-cent sales tax, it's a fairly substantial amount that comes in from the state. We share in a formulaic approach to sales taxes throughout the state of Florida, but what's collected in Lee County associated with that, and it's based upon our population as a population of the whole within Lee County. And so we saw basically a significant increase from what we've seen from a budgetary standpoint, but it's still slightly less than what we actually collected in 2022. One of the reasons for that is that we budgeted at 95%. So you're looking at actuals in 2022, you're looking at 95% in 2024. So that kind of should give you an idea that if you're looking at that 5% or that additional 5%, what we would expect to see in actuals will be slightly higher than that, probably closer to about $22 million. In addition, municipal revenue sharing, it also includes a couple of things, fuel tax as well as sales tax. There's some restrictions associated with municipal revenue sharing on the fuel tax side. It's required to be paid, it's required to be used for transportation, so we identify whatever that amount is, it's restricted and it has to be used for transportation. And generally speaking, on an annual basis, we use 100% of it for the purposes of transportation within the general fund. Communication services tax, this has been and continues to be fairly flat. It's not much of a difference year over year. The state has been slowly whittling away at the communication services tax, more specifically on their side of the coin as opposed to ours, but ours are set and have been set since we put this in place in 2002. But because it's how it's calculated and how it's used throughout the state of Florida, we don't really see much of a change unless somebody comes in here and buys a phone here in Cape Coral. If somebody's coming in from out of the state or out of the county or otherwise within the state of Florida, the communication service tax continues generally to go back to where it was originally purchased. So an interesting dynamic associated with the communication services tax. Public service tax stayed at 7%. There's no change. We saw a slight decrease from what we expect in fiscal year 2024. As we see the PCA come down, we would expect to see the overall numbers come down associated with the public service tax. Franchise fees, again, it's the same function as the PCA changes, so too does the franchise fees. So we're expecting that the franchise fees won't really move very much with regard to the changes from what we budgeted or what we received in prior years. Internal service charges, this is probably the biggest change associated with, we've added some funds to the internal service charges. These are the allocation of cost. We went back and we looked at many of the operating funds, which you're going to see here shortly. We're not being charged the allocation of costs. And so we've added them back in, and with moving the fire service fund into its own fund, we've also picked up that cost. So that changes the dynamics a bit with regard to the internal service charges that are coming in to pay for the services out of the general fund. Intergovernmental, this is funds that we receive from other places. You see in 2023, the $92 million in there. That is just simply a budgeted number associated with the returns that we expect to see from FEMA as well as the state. It's not going to be 100% of that, but it's going to be pretty close. We had, I want to say, probably close to $45 million in costs that we expect to receive 100% cost recovery for. Might actually be higher than that. So that would include the force account labor information that we had during the storm last year, as well as a majority of the debris that was cleaned up through December 7th, 2022. And so we expect to see a large chunk of that come in, but it's not going to come in the current fiscal year. Much of it will come in next year, and it will go back to replenish the current reserves that are going to be used in order to pay for that, and then it'll be a continuing replenishment of those reserves. Charges for services, this is primarily associated with development services. It's where most of the charges for services occur, but we also included in charges for services everything that has to do with parks and recreation. And so as you can see, we've seen an increase associated with that. And we expect that we're going to be continuing at the same level on charges for services on an annual basis. And last but not least, transfers in. These are monies that come back in to the general fund for services that are either being used or that are being, that are provided to others. Matter of fact, I even have something down there. Number 7 includes transfer in from impact fees for the class, for the impact, for the police and fire training facility. So again, on the balance of the balance forward use of funds, that $2.2 million represents the other half of the amount that we were going to use for the PD&E for State Road 78 or Pine Island Road. All right, just to recap real quick, again, we're looking at the general fund operating millage rate at 5.3694 mils. This does represent a 12.99% increase over the rollback rate of 4.7519. The certified values provide for a total tax levy of $138.2 million, and at 96%, it's $132.7 million. The fiscal year 23 levy was $117 million, so it kind of gives you an idea of the overall increase that we saw in taxable value, which I'll show here in just a minute. This does represent a $15.6 million in taxes from the prior year in 2023. And of course, this does support our growth as well as the services that are being provided to the community. So I wanted to take a quick moment. I'm not sure that we've ever shown you what the DR 420 looks like, but this is the form that we have to file with the state of Florida as well as the property appraiser, and this is the information that is used to put on your trim notice, all right? But one of the things that is different this year is because, you know, if you'll remember going all the way back to January, we were thinking that we would likely see a growth number, you know, of anywhere between $700 to $1 billion in growth, all right? Well, the growth did occur. We did see a lot of new value, new construction come on the books. However, one thing that I didn't take into account, and frankly, nobody knew the number at the time, was that we were going to see deletions, all right? So the state of Florida has a formula, and it's written into their statutes with regard to how to calculate something called current year net new taxable value. And part of that is that you take into account the new construction, you take into account any additions, any annexations, and all others, and others are just simply just anything that has to do with new value added to the system. Might be you've annexed in property that would add new value. And then you have something called deletions. In general, you hardly ever see this number or that it has a material impact on net new growth. It's usually something that's so small that it has, you know, it's like it's a blip on the radar when you're looking at these particular numbers. The deletions here represent the deletions of property value that occurred from Hurricane Ian. And so people that had severe damage, or if you have a fire, you saw the loss of value associated with the home. If the home was destroyed from a fire, of which I think 5 or 6 were during Hurricane Ian, and then we had the damages that occurred with the flooding that occurred, the storm surge that came through the southern part of the city, and because of that. The property appraiser has gone out and they've reappraised and they've looked at many of these properties, and they have determined that they have deleted the value from the system. And so what this means for us is today it has an impact when you're looking at the current year net new taxable value, which has, again, an impact on the calculation of the rollback rate. But what it really does is it kind of gives you an idea, if they've deleted $626 million off the books of property that has either been destroyed or it's going to come on, it will likely come back on as new value sometime in the future. And so if you think about somebody that had lost their property and they sold their property, somebody comes in, they take it down to the pad, or they get rid of the pad, and they build a brand new house, you're going to have new value that's going to be added to the tax rolls in the future. It doesn't necessarily mean next year, but it's going to have some net new taxable value. So the expectation is at some point in time, you saw a deletion of $626 million today, but you're going to see at the minimum an add of $626 million or more of value added in the future. Okay? That's the important distinction that I wanted to walk through with you here with regard to our 420. In the end, basically it shows what our proposed operating millage is. It gives you a calculation of the net new rollback rate, and kind of give you an idea of how this is calculated. Fiscal year 2023 represents an overall increase in taxable value of 13%, or well, the 15 million is what was calculated out to be, but I think the overall value that increased is a little over $1 billion. Future year estimates, we're looking at right now taxable value of increasing 4% next year in 2025 and an additional 6.29% in fiscal year 2026. General fund expenditures by department, each department will go through their budget. I think when you're looking at this particular chart, the thing that stands out the most is this thing that's called government services. You see a budget of amended budget of $179 million. Again, that includes all of anything that was associated with Hurricane Ian that hit the general fund. If you look forward and looking at the forecast through 2026, everything settles down a bit. But that's something that just simply stands out at you when you're looking at it. So, as you'll recall, policy number 1 of our financial policies is to have a structurally balanced budget. And the City of Cape Coral, again, shall commit to and develop and maintain a structurally balanced budget whereby the current revenues equals the current expenditures for the current and future and forecasted years. To support the quality of services that we provide to our residents and consistent with the needs of the city. And so again, we have a balanced budget. Current revenues do equal current expenditures. What you see from both the proposed as well as the adjusted, from the proposed standpoint, that included the $4.5 million was the money that was coming back in. The 2.25 million was the amount that we were going to be taking from reserves anyways. So the reserves are balanced themselves out, but current revenues and the current expenditures balance. For the adjusted proposed, if we do nothing, the additional $3 million would go to reserves. If you do something else, it will still balance itself out with regard to current revenues. So there was I wanted to kind of take an opportunity to kind of go through the whole fund balance discussion as we've had those discussions in the past. We had some one-time or things that were sitting out in that so-called parking lot from last year. The items that are left that are on that parking lot, the art master plan, the tree canopy, the business license study, annual bridge maintenance fund contribution of $1 million, and community needs assessment. None of these currently are included in the proposed budget. So from our perspective, these things were left unfunded last year. They are not included in the current proposed budget for fiscal year 2024 either. So in going through the whole fund balance calculation, I basically put out and brought out the entire calculation that comes as part of our financial statements. And we've identified what some of these items are. We have inventory, which is a non-spendable item. It's an item that has already been paid for, and now it will be spent down over time. We also have prepaid items. We prepay quite a few expenses, maybe 2 or 3 years worth, and so we spend those down over a period of time. These are offset by something that's up in the asset portion of the balance sheet. In addition, we had an advance of funds to the CRA. At the end of fiscal year 2022, and this is the fund balance calculation that's in the financial statements at the end of 9/30/2022. The $10,350,000 was loaned to the CRA. They'll pay it back over a short period of time, so about a little over $1 million will be coming back in annually, but this was the amount that is non-spendable because it's sitting up in the balance sheet as an amount due from the CRA. We have the restricted funds from the fire service assessment. Those funds have already been transferred and moved over into the fire service assessment fund, and so they're no longer part of the fund balance for the general fund as part of the budget amendment number 1, I believe, is when we moved it. We also had the amounts that were committed. Those were the items that we had stated that you had sale proceeds of surplus property. If and when you ever decided to utilize those for either purchasing additional property or something else, it's certainly available for that. FEMA reimbursements from both Hurricane Irma and COVID reimbursements from the county. Overall, it's a little over $12 million. We had looked to set that aside in order to support the construction of the various parks if and when we got to a point where there wasn't sufficient funds that were available from the GO bond. In addition, we have the disaster reserve of $8 million, and we have the budget stabilization reserve of $45 million. Those funds right now will be utilized in support of the things that we need to do as far as the improvements to the parks, or when I say improvements, I should say the permanent repairs that will need to be made to many of our facilities as a result of Ian, in which case they're already under construction or they're already in that process. At the same time, also picks up whatever that additional cost is post 12/7 for the debris cleanup that we will end up paying approximately 12.5% share of when it comes to when we finalize these project worksheets with the state of Florida and FEMA. In addition, we have assigned. Assigned basically means the encumbrances that came over from prior year, as well as the subsequent year's budget appropriations that were included in the fiscal year 2023 budget of $18.3 million. And so, in effect, you have an unassigned fund balance today of $5.1 million, and that is available to you to apply to a project or whatever it is that you would like to do. But at the same time, with the clear understanding that we have a lot of things that we still have yet to do, as well as recovering from Hurricane Ian. So these are the operating funds, and these are also the funds, and I'm not sure that I think we've ever seen the operating funds in one location. This includes the general fund as well as all other operating funds. We term operating funds primarily as those that have personnel in them. Although there are other funds that we operate out of, for the most part, these are likely to be the ones that we would be looking at for the most part as operating funds. Next year, you'll see we will also include the 6-cent gas tax, which we will be putting staffing in as part of the operating funds as well. In any event, operating funds need to be balanced, no different than anything else, so they're all structurally balanced, utilizing current revenues against current expenses. And you're looking at the water and sewer fund. We also have debt that's included in there, but the revenues that are associated with debt also would be considered to be current revenues against the current expenditures that would be paid for debt at the time. So in summary, by type on the asset management program, again, we had a brief, we had a briefing on this at the June 15th retreat. We went through all of the AMP with you. Overall, we're looking at fiscal year 2024's request is about $321 million. Equipment and facilities maintenance, fleet, overall, right around $40 million. We also have some land acquisitions that we would take advantage of, as well as any software that we have to procure during the course of the year. And so part of the capital improvements, the majority of that is the assessments, correcting the UEP, builds up the majority of that, but it also includes, again, the majority of that is the water and sewer fund capital improvements. To break that down into its component parts, CIP has the bulk of it. Again, it's mostly UEP. It also includes the cost of the, assuming that we start construction, or we will be looking at construction probably more in fiscal year 2025. For the fleet facility, it'll be under design over the course of the next year. And so I'm almost done, and we're going to turn this back over to the departments. They'll come up here and speak. Just as a reminder, we do have we have another workshop scheduled for next week. It's not on here, as well as a third workshop, if necessary, on 8/20/22. But the first public hearing, which will go out in the trim notice, is scheduled for Thursday, September 7th at 5:05 here in the council chambers, and that would be to approve the tentative millage rates and proposed budget. And then the final public hearing is currently scheduled for Thursday, September 21st at 20:23 p.m., at 5:05 p.m. to adopt the millage rates and the budget at that time. The reason why these look a little different than what you would normally see, whether a Wednesday or a Tuesday, we have to abide by and have to deal with Lee County Board of County Commissioners, as well as the school board and their timing of when they are going to be adopting their budgets and at the timing of when they're going to be doing their first public hearing. We can't hold them on the same dates as they do. So we hold them on the day after, basically. And so we're going to get into the department overview. We'll start off right off the bat with the city manager. And I believe city manager will talk about his budget.
Thank you, Mark. In the city manager's budget, there are two major changes that we have with employees. They're both related to employees that are going to be in the CIP office. In this current year, 23, there was an engineer that was originally transferred from Public Works over to CIP, and after the hurricane and with all the projects that came forward, that position was pulled back to Public Works in order to support some of the additional projects. And so this is kind of replenishing that engineering position that will handle the utilities extension and all the higher profile projects that our CIP is overseeing, as well as a contract administrator. So the UEP itself is large enough and has enough contracts and so much volume flowing through it that really needs one dedicated contract administrator, and then all the separate other projects that are out there would have their own additional contract administrator, so that we have a separation of duties and really can put the level of attention that is needed to make sure we don't have any overpayments or issues with contractor invoicing. On the operating side, we have when the communications office was established, it was basically pulled from all different departments. So there was staff that was pulled together. They've really taken that off. Melissa's really taken that off to a whole new level. And with all the additional ribbon cuttings that they're doing, groundbreakings, giveaways, trying to entice people to come to the Cape, as far as like the I forget the name of it, where you go. Where's Melissa? Is she here? The which one? The Quest. There it is, the Quest. Getting people to come to the Cape, and when you make it to the end, you get a nice little gift bag, but add all the ribbon cuttings, we have that, as well as magazine ads and just kind of pushing the city out there. I'm requesting to have in here to increase their budget so that they can be continue to be as successful as they have been. Right now, every time we do this, we're going to the department that's having the groundbreaking or the ribbon cutting, and having their staff try to procure items and handle all those operational expenses. So this would centralize it right underneath the communications office. This way we kind of know exactly what they're spending. We also have in there a reclassification of a compliance officer to a second assistant city manager. So right now in our office, there is a compliance officer, and that position was originally intended to look at all the administrative regulations, look at all the departmental operating procedures, and just make sure that staff is going through and having trainings needed to be successful. As I look forward to fiscal year '24, I'm looking at setting up the office in a little bit different situation, where we would have an assistant city manager over the line departments, and the other, this position converted to a second that would be over all the staff departments. So essentially reporting to the city manager would be the police chief and the fire chief independently. Then there'd be a city assistant city manager over public works, development services, utilities, and then you would have another these assistant city manager over HR, IT, clerk's office, and finance. So you kind of have like a line department, staff department, and then the two public safety chiefs. There was a request in the CIP office. What's in the budget is the principal engineer and the contract administrator. There was a request to add a chief construction inspector. I did not approve that one. I believe that we could handle that internally with a reclassification with the existing staff. So rather than growing the staff, we can dedicate somebody to be a supervisor in the existing complement.
Alex? All right, I'm going to switch you over to this so they can see this up here. Now, see if I can't make it a little bit big. All right.
Good afternoon, Council. I appreciate it. My start date is actually on Monday, but I was told by Brian that, we had this budget workshop, and I've been trying to work with the office to try to identify some of the things in terms of the direction where I think the council wants to go in regards to what the city attorney's office needs to be. What I have done is, and I've done as best of an evaluation as I possibly could, considering where I see the growth, the resources that are going to be needed of the office, including the demands on prospective responsibilities. I know that there's a need, and what I think I've been able to evaluate, taking a step back and evaluating the budget as it stands right now, it seems that it was, for a lack of another, artificially suppressed in terms of salaries and wages. And I base that in regards to what I have been trying presently in the county of Sarasota. The Board of County Commissioners approved a budgetary position for an attorney at the end of last year. I have been unable to successfully fill that, despite including a minimum salary amount of $120,000. There has been actually no one that have submitted an application for that position, despite doing that minimum. And I'm factoring that into the fact where I see the current salaries and what I believe is necessary to ensure that we retain these people. I can't really afford to lose them because I know that what the current market out there is very, very challenging. And what I believe is happening is that there is, in fact, with the market as being as tough as it is, there are being pulled into other governmental agencies that do, in fact, increase their salary amounts. So what I have done is I've actually increased it a little bit more, and I know that the difference is may be impactful, but I'm hoping that you will recognize that what I am anticipating is that this will be a further defining moment in the city attorney's office, and what role that the city attorney's office and its lawyers and its administrative support are going to ultimately be handling on behalf. And so what I am asking for and what I am hoping that you will approve is the proposed modifications that I have right now with the defining differences. There's primarily 4 different modifications. The first is the most obvious one, which is the salary. That also then results in impacts to everything else in terms of insurance, health plan, and then the other component is, of course, training and travel associated with that training, which is an integral component in making sure that the staff attorneys are kept up to date, so they're aware of the changing law and to be able to deal with that when we are dealing with the the current level of influx of new construction, new growth, arguably new development, development agreements and things like that. We need to be up to date. We need to have that information, and we have to be on the cutting edge. That's the only way that I see as what the council wants is the future growth to be, and for it to be defining and really impactful. So I believe that that is a necessary component. And then the other one, the last item, is there's some computer equipment and technology that's necessary and needed. So with that, I realize that, I have not been involved in that process from the very get-go. I would have loved to have done that. But I believe that at this point in time, in order to maintain the competitive nature of what it is that the attorneys in the office, and to ensure that they remain with the city, because I would hate to lose that, and I understand that Brian will be leaving shortly, that's going to create a void. And in order to fill that void, it's going to require a readjustment in regards to how it is that we are compensating our employees. These are all individuals that have doctorate degrees. They're your legal professionals, and based on what the current market is and the current demand, I believe I need this in order to make sure that I retain that talent within this city. And I can answer any questions. And I realize this is last minute. I apologize. I just found out about it. I'm still trying to close up my time in Sarasota. I ran here from the office to address you today. So if there's any questions, I would be more than happy to answer them. I've done a little bit of comparison with other cities, which have been provided to me that have been utilized in the past, and we are below it. We are below it. More specifically, I'll give you an example. I know there's been some comparison to Fort Lauderdale. The lowest paid attorney in Fort Lauderdale makes $150,000. And that's just the lowest paid, and then I'm still ascertaining that. I know what Sarasota County pays its lawyers, so I'm relatively confident that that dollar amount was reflective of what the current market will really dictate, and make sure that we retain those individuals. I can answer any questions if you want.
The only question that I have real quickly, and maybe you can provide that information before our next budget meeting. And I know that we haven't had the opportunity to work together yet. And I know that our city typically tries to pay its employees within the 75th percentile. And I know you have a variety of employees in the city attorney's office, from assistant city attorneys 1 and 3, I believe. You have paralegals and other staff members in there. You've kind of give us a bucket of money approach.
I did.
I really don't know what that means. So what I'm looking for personally is some data to kind of back up what you've expressed to us today.
And I'm going to work on that. It's just that this came up so quickly that I just looked at it quickly enough and identified what I believe when I looked at the staffing. But my intent was I was hoping to have more time, but unfortunately, I will work on getting that information, especially in regards to, I think, some of the comparables, because I know that I've received some correlations as to what it is that we're comparing it to. Fort Lauderdale was one of them, and I immediately reached out to them because I do have a contact there. So I've got those numbers, and it's the other ones that I'm going to work on between now and I think it's the 15th, if you guys are going to do that, which I'll hopefully have additional information to further support the request.
Yeah, thank you. That's exactly what I need, some data, just to kind of confirm what you're seeing. I'm not, personally, I don't like just throwing a bucket of money at something.
I understand.
I want to know where the money's going and exactly what brought you to the conclusion that you are today.
Will do.
So that's what I'm looking for, personally.
Will do.
Council members, thank you.
Thank you. Alex, can you just adjust whatever's on that overhead down there? There must be a bottom line that I might not be able to see. I was just trying to find a number that matches something that's in our book, even a starting point.
The starting point would be, I believe, right there is the one in purple, or what I believe it's purple. It's the 2024 CM proposed, which is 1.537, and what I am proposing is the 1.686. And then there are 3 other smaller components, one of which is the computer, the other one is training, and the other one is travel associated with that training, which are right there.
And so at the very bottom, is there an aggregate total on the bottom?
There is, it is.
There we go.
It is $250,000.
There are
That's
some of the numbers I was looking for, that, trying to see where they match in what we have. Okay. So what you're suggesting then, that the mayor's asked for a little more detail on, is that $250,000 difference on the very bottom right-hand corner?
Well, that 250 reflects, if you, really the salary is the 149, that triggers then the additional increases, as you could see it, the 24, the 36, which amounts to 250. So me just looking at salaries was what then ultimately incorporates the additional obligations for the budgetary process, which is, your pensions, your life insurance, and all those other adjustments. Those I have no control over. I believe that's a formula-based process, if I'm not mistaken. So what I am looking at is that difference right there, which you see at the very top. That's the difference between the city manager proposed and then the city attorney proposed. And that will, of course, reflect the lawyers within the department and also the paralegals and the support staff. So as the mayor pointed out, I will get some numbers for you that will explain as to what it is, where we are here currently with our staff, and then what similar or same correlations are with other departments in terms of what it is that the salaries are being paid.
And that amount is without the addition of an FTE, simply dealing with the current FTEs that we have.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, and just to reiterate a little bit further, Councilmember Stinky, if you look at that spreadsheet that, shows the CM's proposed and what our new city attorney's proposal is, like he had mentioned, when you put those salaries in there, certain numbers are plugged in the equation as far as Medicare and retirement
Sure.
and FI. So if you add all those up by increasing the salary by $149,000, it's actually costing us $229,865.
Yep, I get it.
So out of the 250, 229 is salaries.
That's correct. And like I said, that's, and I'll provide that information. I'm going to get from Fort Lauderdale, and I'm certainly going to get from Sarasota, because, while it's the county, I recognize that. The population of 208,000, I've got the population of Sarasota County, which is, I think, 337. And the salaries and the skills, I know that are not necessarily at the same level. They're actually below it. I know what they're compensated at. I know what I'm compensated at. I know what my anticipated replacement is trying to be compensated at. And so the market is substantially different, and that's what we're finding out there in the current legal field.
I'd also recommend maybe getting with the city manager. I know quite frequently we've used a variety of cities, similar sized cities, for comparison. So maybe reach out to them. They can tell you some of those cities.
Absolutely. And I think one of them was Fort Lauderdale. That's why I immediately went to them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate your time. I'll email it.
So, you got it? Oh, gotta turn off the Elmo and go to the city auditor. Oh, city clerk first.
Paul sent me over here. Oh, didn't you see?
Sure.
It switched, yeah,
City auditor. Who jumped?
alphabetically.
Go ahead.
Throw me off my game. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, council members. Andrea Russell, City Auditor. I'm here this afternoon to talk about my budget. As you can see, there has been an increase from our fiscal 22 actual to our 23 adopted then amended budget. This is due in most part to the addition of 2 internal auditors. We've gotten the salary out of the way, but going forward, we had some other expenditures as far as training, travel that's associated with the training. Our Yellow Book that we do our audits in accordance with the policies and procedures in there requires us to have 40 hours of training a year. And training obviously doesn't come cheap, but with the addition of the 2 auditors, that was an additional 80 hours per person for the 2 additional staff members. And also associated with that are, the furniture, laptops, our audit software licenses, but the biggest jump was probably in the required training. We have to, as you all are aware, we have a peer review, and we have to adhere to those standards. We have to make sure we get those 40 hours a year for, even if you're not a CPA or a certified internal auditor, our Yellow Book requires us to have those. So that was basically the biggest increase, but the good news is that with more auditors, we can do more audits. And I'm sure there may be some directors in the room that don't necessarily agree with that, but it's actually such a benefit to the city. We've actually increased the number of audit hours from 6,240 to 7,800, which translates us into being able to perform not only audits, but also special projects. So if there's something that the city manager wishes us to look at, or the finance director, we have the staff now and the availability to do that. And as a matter of fact, this is the first year since I've started in 2017 that we're fully staffed, and that we are on target to complete all of the audits on the plan without carrying them over into the next year. That's all I got. Any questions? Nope.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Kimberly Bruns, City Clerk. The clerk's budget is located on pages 129 through 135. My proposed budget total is $1,838,464. The department is comprised of 16.4 FTEs. That equates to 14 full-time employees and 4 contract. As you can see on our program modifications, I had 3 requests. The first one was for off-site workshops. I had requested $20,000 to be placed in the clerk's budget for the cost of these type of meetings. So the cost is for 2 two-day events off-site that includes location, sound system with a technician, and food, roughly $5,000 a day. It was denied, but it was denied with the knowledge that it's placed somewhere else in the budget. So if council chooses to continue doing off-site workshop type meetings, we have the funds and we're ready to take care of those in the planning. The second item was a contract increase for 2 employees. I received a yes on that. At the time I submitted my budget requests, I had 2 contract employees. One was the contract mail clerk and the other is a contract transcriber. This request was for a 3.25% increase to their hourly wage beginning on October 1st. I intend to come back with this request on an annual basis for all of my contract positions. The third request was for a senior customer service representative. This request received a no. You may or may not recall in fiscal year 22's approved budget, the clerk's office lost 2 senior customer service representative positions. They were transitioned out of clerks and over to PD to assist with the police department administrative needs. That was based on the fact that passports were the main role by that position. And for the most part, it's not a city government service, and there was so much of a need over in PD. And we had a big drop in our passport services because of COVID closures and people just not wanting to travel internationally. So when I put the item in for my budget, that was around February, March-ish. And we are definitely exceeding our expectations for how many passports we're doing. But I will say, recently there's been some changes on my staff that allow for me to not need that position anymore. So I actually, around June, beginning of June, I asked for it. I said I didn't need it. So I don't mind that it has a no. We are still excelling with our passport services. Back in fiscal year 19, we had approximately 5,400 that we did. Right now, I'm at 5,700, so I know people want to get back traveling, and if we're going to continue to do that service, someday I may be back with that request in the future years. I wanted to also add that at this time, I'm in agreement with the city manager's proposed budget as it relates to the clerk's department, and I'm not advocating for change.
Thank
Any
you.
questions?
Any questions?
Okay,
Thank you. Councilmember,
So looking at her final slide, it showed that the $20,000 in her budget was not approved in what is proposed. Is that correct? So for the offsite workshops, to have that in her budget, that was a no?
It's actually in non-departmental now. It was just a no to her budget. It's actually in non-departmental.
Okay, so it's in
It is included in the budget,
the same way it's always been.
correct.
So whatever department has to find the funds
It's,
for it?
it's in the appropriate location in non-departmental.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Long?
I'm not sure that we have it here, but if someone could get it to me, do we have the refund, do we have revenue figures for the passport services that we provide on an annual basis?
We can get that for you.
Thank you.
The detail's not in the budget book,
Yeah,
but we
right.
can get it for you.
Appreciate that, thanks.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Juan Guerra, Development Services Director Interim. Just want to first start off by stating that the Finance Department has done an excellent job. I'm not sure if you heard it yet, in working with departments to get this done. This is a big deal. The budget for Development Services started with interim director at the time, Assistant City Manager, Ms. Connie Barron, and I came in and I realized what an awesome job that they've done. So I just want to give recognition to the team of budget analysts and budget team that does a great job. So with that, the Development Services Department budget currently for the revised budget sits at $25,815,920. Now, this is comprised of several funds: the Community Development Block Grant, General Fund, HUD, Neighborhood Stabilization Program, the SHIP Fund Program, and Water and Sewer Fund, along with the big fund of the building code total, right? So at $25.8 million for the current revised budget, we are now proposing a budget of $27.796 million, which is mainly comprised, if you look at all the funds outside of the building fund, it went from $11.4 million to $11.49. So not much change there. But the big change comes in the building code fund from $14.37 million in the current fiscal year to the proposed budget of $16.3. And there's two main reasons why this increase happened. One is we're contracting for services. Instead of hiring to the level that we need today, we're hiring at a certain level, stop the hiring, and asking for the private sector to come in and help out. And this is because back in 2007, I'll give you an example, we had 253 employees, not including the 40 of code, right? 253 employees. We had permits issued at that time, roughly 38,900. So then the downturn happened, and there was a major reduction in force, the RIF. So we don't want to do that again. So what we're doing now, for example, now we have, although we had 38,000 in 2005, in 2007 we had the most employees ever at 253. We currently have 72,440 permits and 180 employees. So we want to make sure, and that includes code. So if we take out code to be apples to apples, we're at about 140 employees compared to where we were last time. So the city manager and the finance director are developing a plan to make sure that we limit the opportunity to have a reduction in force, because we all know the economy goes up and then it goes down. So, with the building side of things. So there's no doubt that will happen. So we want to make sure that we don't affect the employees. So this major increase in the budget is because we're trying to do outside services. We're trying to contract with private companies that are going to help us with the plan review and the inspection, instead of hiring for this spike in building activity. So you're seeing that. The other side is what Mr. Mark Mason stated earlier was the interfund service fee, where he had to reallocate certain things, and that's about $1 million additional in the building fund. So with these two major changes, that makes up the majority of why we're currently at 25.8 million currently in fiscal year 23, and proposed for 2024 of 27.796 million, which is roughly made up from those two major things. When we talk about personnel, or if we go to the next page, there were certain things that were asked and certain things that were approved and not approved, right? So if we go simply with the building fund, the inspection plan review assistance of $250,000 that got approved. Building permit fee study of $90,000 that got approved. Customer service supervisor, which is permit division supervisor, and the permit coordinator, these positions got approved. And this is what's needed to go from the current way we're doing the permit processing to this Teams concept that Tanzinga had recommended and we all are in favor of. On the general fund, there is the portable radios for all field staff, mainly code compliance. It's a safety issue to make sure that wherever code is, that there's an opportunity for them to call for safety should that need be. So that got approved. The geoprocessing technician, that is an employee in the planning side that's going to help plot things correctly. The horticultural inspector, also on the general fund side, we currently have one. We try to make sure we don't have one of anything. So there's a second horticultural inspector that got approved in this upcoming budget. The principal engineer, it's not an engineer, it's going to be a project manager that's going to be approved. And then the last three did not get approved, mainly because of the SB 250 that's going to stop a lot of the planning efforts until the 2 years timeframe goes by. And these positions were reclass planners, associate planners to planners, research specialist, and senior planner, which is the long-range planning. So these positions got rejected because there's not much we can do until the SB 250 timeframe expires. So that, in essence, is a summary of the development services budget. Are there any questions?
Any questions for this particular department?
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Councilman Long?
Yeah, Juan, just a minute here.
Yes, sir.
As far as the changes in the FTEs, do we currently have posted positions that remain vacant? And if so, what are those and what amount?
Yes, thank you for asking. About an hour ago, I sent everyone the updated July 2024 monthly DSD activity report. And in there, on page, the next to last page is a summary on the vacancies. We currently have 176 positions, 20 of those are vacant, which is 11%. The majority of that is permitting, 6 permitting positions and 5 building plans examiner positions. And this is still from the growth that you all approved, I think, in January timeframe, somewhere around that timeframe. But the rest are, for example, we just got 8 new permitting techs. We still have 6 remaining. And these are the entry-level positions, so they're harder to fill. But we're advertising continuously.
So none of those would be duplicated by the requested permit coordinator that we have here in the budget?
No, sir. And the whole thing on the permit coordinator is to set up the team's concept. Right now, what's happening is when the permit's done, the permit goes into this big giant bucket, right? And when we hire a new employee, that employee has to learn everything about building. So it's hard for us to get entry-level employees that can understand this big giant concept, because it takes forever to build, and then by the time we train them, they leave. So what we're doing is we're focusing on the buckets, teams concept, which is tracked, non-tracked, other, and then customer service. So that way the employees that we hire can only focus on a certain aspect instead of the entire building operation. So hopefully we can hire them, train them accordingly, and if we lose them, we lose them in the beginning. Chances are if they stay with us for about a year, they're going to stay with us. But if they stay less than a year, they're going to Parks and Rec or somewhere else. Then we didn't expend a lot of effort in teaching them everything, so therefore it's not a loss of time and effort. So in order to set up these teams concepts, we want to make sure we have 4 supervisors. Right now we have 3, which is why the 4th one is being approved. And we have 6 coordinators. Right now we have 5, so this is needed in order to set up this teams concept. But the current vacancies we have would not affect it's not a duplication of what's outstanding.
Awesome, thank you. And then just so I can be clear, you mentioned that we're outsourcing a lot more now.
Yes, sir.
And obviously, I would imagine that costs a little more, and the idea is that we pay a little bit more now to reduce being overburdened by long-term obligations to FTEs.
Yes, sir. And as a matter of fact, in the report I sent you, although we're still doing record numbers, you're starting to see a slight dip. For example, in outsourcing inspections, we outsourced about 4,000 inspections, when in the past months, starting in February, we outsourced roughly 5,000 to 6,000 inspections, but now we're at 4,000. So we're seeing a slight tick down. Of course, on the permit applications and the actual permits issued, they're still record numbers, but they're just not as high record numbers, but they're still record numbers. So we still have a lot of work to do. And this is where the proper staff in the right positions is key.
Great, thank you. And then just a request, I know you don't have the information now, can someone please get me the department's overtime figures for the last 3 years, year over
Yes.
year?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. City Manager?
Thank you. I just wanted to elaborate a little bit on the discussion that Councilmember Long and Interim Director Guerrero was discussing. So the positions that are approved here, the horticultural inspector, principal engineer, geoprocessing tech, that whole group basically is focused on the commercial side. So there's been a whole lot of focus on the residential and the permitting side. And at the same time, this group that is handling all your commercial reviews, getting all the engineering documents for the sidewalks, the streets, the utilities, a lot of that, the existing staff that's been here has been trying to keep up. And so this kind of subset of positions is to specifically help us close the gaps in where we're falling short on the commercial side. So right now we only have one horticultural inspector, and that person is required to do the plan reviews, but in addition, all the inspections for all of the commercial establishments. Not only the new constructs, but under the current responsibility, they're supposed to be inspecting the old ones. And there's simply, whenever you have one employee, one classification, and one employee doing anything, it's set up to fail. So this is a situation where clearly they need another one so that somebody could be going out a year after these businesses are open, or 2 years or 3 years, and following up. Are you mulching? Are you trimming the fence lines? Are you keeping up with the trees that have died? So that we could have, they can kind of work together and one do plan review and one do the other. And then on the geoprocessing side, it's a GIS position. So when the plan reviewers are working with the commercial developers, they're adding turn lanes, they're adding signing, they're adding striping, they're adding sidewalks. And all that data then needs to be input into our asset management system and our GIS system. And several years ago, just trying to keep up with work, development services, when this position went vacant, they converted it to something else. So for several years now, we've got kind of a gap of information that needs to go. So there's a backlog plus keeping forward with everything in the future. So that, the last several issues of positions have been focused on one area, and in this budget, what I'm trying to do is address an area that we didn't keep a pace with.
Sure, great. Appreciate the clarification.
Councilmember Steinke?
Thank you. My question is going to lead us back to slide 12, but it has to do with development services. And one of the questions that I had in regard to the slide 31 is I understand the long-range planning hiatus, if you will, because of 250 and our wait, for that to expire. The research specialist, what would that position have researched, and then why did we think it's needed, and why is it being denied? What would they have researched? Second from the bottom, a research specialist for city services and amenities.
Yes, council member. This was a position that existed before, and the planning staff was just trying to bring it back. It's kind of like the worker. It's kind of like the worker bee side of the planning process. The planners they develop documents that meet the code, the land development code and so forth. But there's a lot of research that goes into that. So this was more or less an extension to the senior planners. Instead of paying for another senior planner, what we do is try and get a research specialist that kind of save the taxpayers some money, because this is at the general fund level, not at the building fund level. So this is more of kind of like a junior accountant versus a senior accountant concept.
Okay. All right, I get it, thank you. And then as it relates to the permits slowing down, or a potential lack of acceleration, or if we go back to slide 12, and where Mark had talked about the fact that we've had these deletions, if you will, where it would typically not be significant, and this year it's going to be $626 million. And we talked about that somewhere down the road those would come back. And when I think about those, and I'm thinking about true growth numbers and its impact on developmental services and permitting for that, for those homes that were lost, if you will, and now they're going to come back. Instead of it being on a brand new lot, never had a home before, well, it used to have a lot, did used to have a home. And so as it relates to this, when those come back, will those come back as additions because it's kind of replacing what we once had? Or will it come back as new construction, like something that we never had?
I expect them to come back as additions.
And that impact, to bring that 626 million back, is, since it would come back as additions, has there been thought to the fact that that certainly could affect development services, with the fact that it would come back just as addition rather than new construction, but that we're going to have the kind of new construction may stay on the same plane, but all of a sudden we've got all this catch up for what was lost on top of it, and the volume of work that will come? And if so, is that what you're dealing with, the contracting out the work for a short-term need to fill a short-term catch-up, if you will, that we then no longer have to contract for that once that void is filled?
I think the only thing I want to say is that the deletions doesn't mean loss of a building throughout the city. This could be a simple deletion associated with a property that may have lost a shed, or that may have lost a fence. These are deletions because they're gone, okay? This is not necessarily a constructed house on every single case. The overall, as I understand it, there's hundreds of properties that had submitted documentation to the property appraiser's office for damages to their properties, and they went out there and revalued them. As part of the revaluation is the deletion.
Right.
So they've deleted something off the system. I mean, I wish I could, they just call it a subtraction, but, they've kind of basically deleted it off the system. And so it's in some cases, if the repairs have been done, then, it would end up being an addition the next time around. But what that addition could possibly mean is that it's just simply coming back at the same value that it went off, or it comes back on a new value, but because the property had Save Our Homes or something, it's going to get valued back to whatever the Save Our Home value is. The complexity of what the property appraiser has to deal with when it comes to these kind of things is huge, and it's impossible for us to be able to predict what that will mean. The only thing I can say is that if a house was destroyed and it's leveled, or it's removed from the tax rolls, then whatever is going to come back would be new construction. But the number of properties we're talking about is not thousands of properties. We're talking about in the hundreds, or probably less than a couple of hundred tops.
Right.
From a new construction basis right now, excuse me for interrupting, right now I think they're running at about 300 a month. We expect that number to go down, not go up.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Would you like the passport figures now, or would you like it later? Councilmember Long? Would you like the passport figures now, or would you like them later?
It's not pertinent to the discussion now. You could just email it. That'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
before fire comes up, there's probably, when I was talking about the DR 420, we've received documentation that tells us how much money was basically returned. You know, after the hurricane, there was the state legislature passed a rule that said that people could, supply documentation to the property appraiser's office, and then they would look to refund back any taxes that they had paid. So far, through the end of July, and this goes on, I think, right through the end of August, and there's a requirement that the tax collector report back to us in early September how much the overall amount was that was returned. Right now, the city of Cape Coral is running at about $230,000 that was returned back. And that's just on the Cape Coral General Fund. On the voted debt service side, it was about $2,000 so far. We have another month to go. One of the other things that the state of Florida did was passed a law that said if anybody received, these reductions or these deductions that was hit by Hurricane Ian, there's a number of counties that were affected by this. The state set aside $35 million for us to apply to replenish those amounts that we didn't receive. And so when we get to the end of August, we'll submit the application for the return of these funds. And so we're basically made whole. Now, if overall for everybody it exceeds $35 million, then they'll prorate down from that point based upon the total dollar values that they received. But just to kind of give you an example of others in the county that have been affected, Lee County was hit by $5.3 million. The school board was hit by about $8 million. The Sanibel was a little over $1 million that was returned back from taxes that were paid, things like that. So for us, it was a fairly small number so far. Thank you. Fire guy. Oh, there you are, man. Come on up.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Ryan Lamb, Fire Chief. Break out the spectacles. It's got some tiny numbers here. Working through the budget here for fire. Overall, we manage several funds. So our all hazard fund, and that is a portion of funds that is directed from the county budget to the city for emergency management. We have our ALS impact fee. You'll see a change here to the building code that all of the positions and resources that were being funded out of that are now being directed back into the fire department. Our fire capital projects, and you're aware of several of those projects for Fire Station 10 and the Fire Station 13 and the fire training facility are all in construction and planned. In addition, our impact fees, and Mark spoke about that earlier, about the use there. You can see we're using a significant portion of those funds into the future. Our grant funds that are associated there, the bulk of our funds do rely on the fire operations funding, and then the associated general fund portion that'll take care of the balance of that. I'm going to skip past the FTEs and go to the next slide because we've had some changes in a couple of those. So I'll take it down to the bottom first to talk about the positions. So as Mark had mentioned, that there was 10.5 positions being attributed to the fire department this year, 8 of them specifically for the fire department. So the 2.5 that are contributed to the fire department but not directly in the department are, one is I believe it's a senior mechanic for fleet services to help assist in fixing the fire trucks. So working with Public Works Fleet, but specifically working on our fire apparatus. And then another position is in facilities, working on the number of fire department facilities that we have across the city, and the need there continues to grow to have someone help manage all the different projects and programs that are related to those areas. And then also the half position for landscaping maintenance and other things with split with the utilities department. So the other 8 positions that are directly related to the fire department, 2 additional fire training lieutenants that are going to be assigned to the new training facility, again under NFPA 1403, which is the standard for live fire training. You have to have a number of live fire instructors out there before you can strike a match in light fire to make sure our firefighters are safe. before we do any live fire training. So we're building this multi-million-dollar facility. We want to make sure we have the staff there to be able to use it safely and use it appropriately and get the additional training in. The two areas here that we've had conversations on, my biggest concern is we continue to see is service to growth. Over 5 years, we've seen about a 43% increase in call volume. We break that down to over 30,000 calls a year for service, and so we're continuing to see a demand on our resources. So we had looked at some floater positions, and so what those are is essentially across our system, we have a number of folks that are off every day due to Kelly Day, just keep with our FSLA work cycle. And so in order to, instead of having somebody act up, so get an out of title for a firefighter to drive the truck for the day and receive a little extra pay, if we have 2 of those people off every day, why not just promote 1 or 2 of them to fill that gap every day and take on that other position. So that's where the floaters are looking to come in, but what we did see is the need for an additional resource. So currently we have 18 frontline fire apparatus to respond to emergency calls, not including battalion chiefs. And so with the addition of Fire Station 13, and the request here was to add an additional rescue truck across our system to have another truck that would be available to take a 911 call. Again, service to growth is my primary concern as we continue to see a demand put on those resources. But starting here from the top, you'll see that we had a request in for the potential of looking at a boat grant. I think this has fallen off a little bit, but if we do decide to go forward with that grant, we wanted to have funds available for it should that grant present. We were looking at converting our bay doors. So currently we use a roll-up door concept, or some are even panel doors that come up. They take some time to get up. The new fire station is going to have bifold doors, and so looking to try and retrofit some of our existing stations. This is a large capital ask, and that one, again, in discussions with city management, that one we're not moving forward on, and looking at that as other things that could potentially happen in the future. We tried to designate some funds for a firefighter memorial. Again, that one we're looking at future options there as well. Fire Station 10, you'll see that that is in the process. We know that we have some state allocations from the state budget that have been contributed to that project, and we're also out actively working on hazard mitigation grants and the CDBG-DR grants as well. There's a request to redo some of the cubicle area in fire prevention in the second floor of City Hall. There was also a need to look at some of our fire station maintenance and some of the additional things that could potentially be done there to maintain our, again, several workstations that are across the city. Next, you'll see there was a accreditation specialist that was requested, and working through different positions there, how we can accomplish those tasks. I believe we have a plan forward on that as well. Again, the engineer floaters were discussed. The lieutenant floaters, that was a discussion that we valued the rescue truck being placed into service, and we are actively having some other conversations about a staffing analysis of what's the appropriate staffing for the fire department, and hope to continue that conversation. And then some other needs potentially in the future for plans examination, but looking at the needed plans there, I believe we're going to be well positioned. So those are the requests from the fire department. If anybody has any questions.
I got a couple, Chief. You know, if you look at this list compared to the one that you and I had a discussion, or the one that I think Mr. Mason had put out to all of us, as you had mentioned early on in your presentation, I guess the criteria has changed a little. And it looks like that now the floaters and as far as the lieutenant and the engineers and the training lieutenants is the priority. And I see here that the fire rescue unit was a no with the 3 FTEs and then the equipment. Is that how is I reading that correctly?
So if I take you to the note at the bottom, that originally the lieutenants were part of the proposed process. However, I've had conversations with the city manager and the finance director. The additional rescue unit being placed into service is a priority. Again, we've had conversations about going back and looking at staffing to see if there is a benefit of adding those floaters in potentially later to offset overtime costs or those things. We can look to address that. But right now, I think the priority is making sure we have extra trucks out on the street to respond to calls.
Okay. So we're going to remove the 3 fire lieutenants as floaters and add 3 firefighters for the rescue unit and purchase the new rescue unit.
The purchase of the rescue unit will be in the following year, in 2025. Right now, we have a reserve vehicle that we can continue to use for next year.
Okay. And the reason that I asked that, well, is 2 reasons. One, as we all know, this smaller type vehicle, Ford F-550, I just ordered one myself, took a year to get. So I know I've expressed my concern with, the city manager. What I don't want to do is wait till next year to order the truck, and then actually we're not getting it, from 2 years from now. So that is one of my concerns.
And we recognize that as we work into next year, as they're constructing the fire training facility, we're going to be looking at the impact fees because he's adding to the fleet. This isn't a replacement of a vehicle, he's adding to the fleet. So we would look at impact fees to actually purchase this particular rescue truck. Right now, impact fees are completely used for next year's, but we'll be evaluating that during the course of next year. And we understand the timing of when we would need to order it. One of the things that we've discovered over the course of the last year, we've had several 550s actually fall off the order list, simply because they weren't. Ford just decided they weren't going to build them. So those are some of the things that we're also looking at as well.
Yeah. I know Ford, they're only building so many. So once they get to that threshold, they cut it off.
Right.
And
So that is a concern moving forward for me personally. The other thing, Chief, I know we've had some discussions. Overtime's been running about $1.2 million a year, is that correct? And what I would like to see, if you could provide, is I'd like to see your overtime numbers for the last 5 years. And I know that one of your initiatives with these floaters are to try to buy down that overtime expenditure that you're having. And we all know that sometimes adding the personnel might be cheaper in the long run. So I'd like to see what the numbers have been the last 5 years to try to get a good sense of what the department has been putting out. Me personally, I'd like to try to get these 3 lieutenants in there, mainly because I think the data is going to show us that the need is there. This isn't a want, it sounds more of a need because of the expenditures that we've been putting out each and every year for overtime. So it'd be good to have that data.
Yes, sir. And I will say, just in that 5-year process, we've seen significant growth as our city's grown. We've gone from 10 stations now, looking at the precipice of 13, gone from 46 on a daily staff to 62 daily. So as our communities continue to grow and we've opened new fire stations, it's one of those, again, talking with city management, it's been a priority to make sure we look and make sure that we're growing appropriately.
Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to let you know, we're tracking the same thing and have had discussions with Chief Lamb regarding this. So one thing I would like to kind of ask Ryan to do when he provides the overtime numbers, and I understand why you're asking, if you have more staff, you'll likely have more overtime. So as staff grows, overtime will grow as you're just doing more work. The key thing to look at in their department is how much of that overtime is required due to minimum staffing. So when you start to look at the attributes as to, is this because someone went away on training? Is it because they were asked to come into meetings? Is it, when you start to look at that, looking at the attributes is really going to tell the picture that 50, 60, 70% of our overtime is because we had to call people in or require minimum staffing. So in our discussion on this, that's why we shifted kind of the thought process on the lieutenants to the rescue unit, because I asked him and his ops chief to go back and really look at the fire department minimum staffing and the fire department staffing limits, because as you said, if you're paying $1.2 million in overtime, Well, some of that is base pay, and so if you could just replace those with additional firefighters, then even though you're adding, and when you're paying time and a half, you're doing that to all the things, the pension calculation, the FICA, the Social Security. So it seems kind of counterintuitive, but when you have 24-hour operations and you're having to pay overtime for minimum staffing, we have this in the police department, we have this in the fire, and then also at the water plant and wastewater plants. They're 24 hours. You have to have a certain amount of people on shift. So you can actually add staff and then eliminate the premium pay. And so I fully intend that when him and his command staff come back to Mark and I, when they complete kind of the comprehensive analysis, we likely will be coming back to say, okay, here's the total operating picture. We'll probably do it as a cow, and then lay out a plan to chip away at that. In addition, when we bring on new stations in the future, rather than staffing them at minimum, further escalating the issue, we would set a policy in place that says, okay, here's the baseline, and then to avoid the overtime, you know, we had an extra 2 or 3, depending on the quantity and the size of the station. So I think we have a good long-range plan, a vision that we're looking at. We just need to grab some data and let them, you know, do some analysis, and eventually we'll be back before you with a plan.
Thank you, and that was a good point. I think a majority of the overtime is probably, my guess is because of the minimum staffing requirements. So with that being said, maybe when you provide that data, Chief, if you could maybe put it in categories for me as far as firefighters, the engineers, and the lieutenants. That way we got a good understanding of where those minimum standard and staffing, where the need really is. So if you could do that, that would probably be helpful as well.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Stanky.
Thank you. 2 things. We've talked about the importance of and the value of being accredited. And so the saying no to an accreditation specialist, do you see that in some way hindering you from getting the accreditation that we're looking for in the timeline that you were anticipating getting accredited?
So I've met with the city manager and Director Mason. We've talked through a couple of options here. We've got something actively in process right now to work on revising our accreditation manager to make her accreditations, or sorry, our grant manager accreditation/grants to be able to accomplish both, because she's kind of leading the charge on that right now. So we're actively in a process there to make sure that the work that she's doing is accurately reflected, and job description and compensation, all those things. So we're working through that process now. And one of the things so I don't think it'll slow us down to get where we need to be in our plan is February to be sitting in front of the commission. Actually, we're finishing up our 3-day mock site visit. It's kind of our dress rehearsal as yesterday, today, and tomorrow. And so we hope to have that team here in October. So we're well down the path now. But more than just becoming accredited the first time, this is supposed to change the way we operate every day. And so there's stuff that we've got to do every month. And so in the future, this would be still a position that we'd like to see, but it's something that isn't going to slow us down for our initial accreditation, but something we want to see long term to make sure we keep that cycle up.
So likely we might see this come back?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm glad it won't prohibit us from getting there on the timeline that you were hoping for, and if we have a plan B that'll get us there, and then come take a look at this, you know, at 24, 25, then.
Yes, sir.
Great. And then my other is in regard to the bay door conversions. You and I had conversation around the advantages to the different style and dealing with response time, as well as dealing with emergency ops when we're in storm conditions and whatnot. And so with the thought that that's a capital improvement, something that would have the potential to improve response times, as well as be a safeguard in the event of dealing with hurricanes and weather events and whatnot. Could we get some rationale on, since we're putting that in our new stations that we're building, and and that's the right choice of those types of dollars in our new buildings. Why we're not doing it to make sure that we have that same advantage in our existing stations.
So, Mr. City Manager, did you want to go?
Yeah, this, and Ryan can speak. All right, so this is an item where citywide, one of the initiatives I have, which I was unable to accomplish before October 1st, or before this budget needed to be out for October 1st, is right now we have all the operating departments are responsible for the buildings that they're in. So while you have parks that's trying to run programs and, you know, children's facilities, you have the schools that is running education, fire is taking care of, you know, life safety, police, all these different departments. The way that our model exists today is that those department heads and those managers are responsible for the facilities that they're in. I want to change that entire business model. I want to get to where facilities has an asset management plan and a long-term plan and strategy for every element within the buildings. All the critical aspects, roofs, air conditions, bay doors or garage doors, fire sprinkler systems, backflow preventers, elevators, you name it. And so I think, I'm not saying that this, when I said no to this, it wasn't that this is an inappropriate need in the department. To me, I've got to get, you all just approved the Cartograph Asset Management System last month. So facilities is implementing that now. We also approved shifting the landscaping maintenance away from the fire department and utilities over to our arborist. And so we're slowly starting to get all of these ancillary functions under the right personnel with the right asset management tools in place. So eventually this will become part of a larger program. And so as we start to replace doors, then we'll just put these in. That's the intent. So it wasn't saying no, that this, you know, it's this 425,000. If I'm going to put 425,000 into fire buildings, let me have the plan of all the things that are needed out there. Some may need roofs, some may need air conditioners, some may need windows and doors and openings. And so once I get that plan, then we determine now, okay, how do we phase in all of these building assets and over what period?
I would absolutely agree with that as it would relate to a typical building and typical doors and typical air conditioners, typical roofs. And this is just my humble opinion that the bay doors, we're not talking about the door to go into the station. We're talking about the ability to deploy life-saving equipment. And so to some degree, the bay door becomes a piece of equipment, not just a component of a building as it relates to the fire department. So I would carve that piece out and consider that more of a firefighting or a rescue piece of equipment than I would necessarily a building component from a typical building. It's not just another door. It's not a roll-up door at Fleet, as could be compared. Two big buildings, two big doors to get in and out. It's got a different purpose in a fire station. So I would hope that as the responsibility for that in the different buildings that we would have over our city, I would say let's make sure we understand what the real need for that component part is, and is it just building, or does it relate to public safety? In the case I believe this one does. And so that's just my submission that
Yeah, we had a good
I don't want to major in minor things, but I think speed of attention to a critical matter, life-saving, firefighting, that's probably a spot we don't want to maybe skimp.
Yeah, no, I absolutely understand the need. I had a good discussion with Chief and his staff that, you know, if power goes out and the auxiliary power doesn't function, rather than lifting the door up, it's a lot easier to push it open sideways. So it's one of those, there's a primary power, there's a secondary power, so you're putting in, a fail-safe, for an incident within an incident. And so, like I said, it's not that I don't think it's needed, and not that we are putting it in new stations. To me, getting that plan put together and getting the responsibility of the facility shifted over, these are things that, I'm hopeful that the fire department won't even have to worry about in the near future.
Okay, thank you.
Just one quick question since we're on that topic. I was thinking when you guys were having that discussion, all of our firehouses are generator backup, correct?
Yes, sir. All of our stations have backup generators. We've got one that's down working on parts right now, but yes, all of them are up. And
So if we lose power, generator kicks on, doors are working, there's no problem?
yeah, our doors go up. I think one of the bigger parts here is when we look at changing out one of our old doors, it would be looking at changing to this model. There's an increased cost, but rather than just keeping some of these old ones just going along, but there's a lot less maintenance costs once they're installed.
So for the conversion, I see you had $400 and some thousand in there. Any doors that are inoperable that need to be replaced, or we were just doing a blanket approach here, just trying to change all the doors? Is that what that 425 was about?
I believe this was one station.
Just one station?
Yeah, so that's about 6 doors. So it's a...
That's a pricey door.
Yeah.
I guess I'm in the wrong business.
And so the thought...
So, okay, if it's one station, are those doors operable, or do they need to be replaced?
No, I think, again, right now, one of the things we keep LiftMaster and Action Door in some significant business with the number of doors. Again, 12 stations, about 6 doors per station. There's a lot of doors that we manage. And so, again, we keep them repaired in some of those older stations. We see, an increase in those repairs. And so in the future, if we look at, hey, this one's finally reached the end of that usable life, trying to use dollars and funds to be able to get there. There is also an aesthetic approach to this, or if having that glass gives that open, transparent feel too, in addition to the functionality that you see in addition. So,
Yeah, for me, I just want to make sure that it doesn't need to be replaced.
all of our doors are working.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Michelle Hoffman, IT Director. So there's not a lot to talk about in my budget. It's relatively flat with just a little bit of inflation that you would expect to see for what the vendors are planning on passing on to us. I did want to talk a little bit about our fiber project. So in fiscal year, our funding covered a design and engineering plan for the city master fiber optic ring. We also brought fiber to 5 fire stations, 5 park locations, the new Southwest Water Reclamation Building, and 2 charter school campuses. Our funding for fiscal '24 will bring fiber to 4 additional fire stations, the new fire training facility, the new police training facility, 8 park locations, and then a substantial number of the utilities remote assets, which includes the water storage tanks, master pump and lift stations, wells, and weirs. Anyone have any questions? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Joe Petrella, Parks and Recreation Director. This year, the Parks and Recreation Department is continuing its focus on revitalizing our parks through the Operation Sparkle program. So that's kind of the big base of what we built into the budget this year. As we bring on new parks, it is imperative that we also reinvest into our aging parks to keep the standards of care safe and attractive. As you see, there's a couple changes to our FTEs. We removed, there's a 28.3 unfunded FTEs. Those are just contract employees that we weren't really utilizing. They were just kind of unfunded items that were out there that we corrected, and I think it's been that way for quite some time. Added 3 groundskeepers for the new parks, and then we moved the harbor master and aquatics maintenance specialist over to stormwater. So it kind of brought us down about 27.3 positions. So we did have quite a few things on our requests this year. A lot of these were right when I got here, so we had some discussions as we moved through the year. First one was the aquatic community center design. That was not approved, and that was part of a discussion about, we didn't get the feasibility study moved forward, and I think there's some other discussions about where to take this concept. Second one is the Oasis Multi-Sports Complex construction. Currently, that is in design, and that was moved out of the budget for this year, and we'll see what happens with that. It is something that the school is looking for, some community members are looking for, but again, it's one of those, is it feasible to do at this time? We heard from an operating perspective, we had a parks maintenance headquarters design put in there. That was in there early, and I really didn't support that at this time. We have a bigger discussion about where Parks and Recreation should be located, so that's going to be coming up probably in the future as I work with staff to see what that would look like for an administrative headquarters where we can actually have all our staff located in one spot, so we have better communications between myself and all my staff. So that's something we'll be looking for in the future. Operating-wise, we did ask for money for the cartograph system. We are going to be a part of that cartograph system with Public Works, so we have an asset management program going on in the system, so we can make sure that we're hitting those deferred maintenance in a timely manner and knowing what's coming up and what's happening with our park system. We did have money in there for the management services for Lake Kennedy Racket Center. I think we're going to have a further discussion about that in the future. That was not moved forward. So I think that's a possible P3 option that we'll be working on. So our big focus was on the deferred maintenance. We did ask for $3.5 million. I think 2.6 was put in there or funded to balance the budget. So that's something we really want to keep moving forward as we continue to improve our aging infrastructure and building and bringing in these new locations. The rest of the personnel services were tied to Yellow Fever Creek, park rangers and things of that nature, and to the racket center. We've had further discussions with the city manager. I think we can handle a lot of that stuff with the P3 and also with some of the staff that we currently have on to help assist. So that's a big discussion point that we'll be going through over the next couple months. We would like to have somebody on for the Lake Kennedy Racket Center on management services side at least 6 months prior to opening so we can prepare programming and things of that nature. So hopefully we'll continue those discussions moving forward, and I think it's coming up on a cow shortly for that. The park rangers, we were just having the additional parks. Our park rangers are getting stretched thin. There is a need for them, I believe. We have a lot going on in parks, a lot of vandalism happening. But again, as we continue to build these new parks, we'll have to have that continued discussion with the city manager's office. And then the last two is just increase in contract wages for our Four Freedoms and our youth center for the VPK program. Those are just revenue offsetting funds. So, any questions?
Thank you. Any questions for the Parks Department? Okay, seeing none, thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Anthony Sizemore, Police Chief. Our budget this year is really focused on a few key elements. One of the main elements is geared towards an increased efficiency through a redesign of our response plan. Currently, and for the last, I think since 2005, we've operated with a north, central, and south district that goes from the river to the spreader. And what we've been evolving towards in the last year and a half, almost 2 years, has been a evolution into the quadrant-based model that exactly mirrors the map of the city. And it's a 4-quadrant precinct model rather than the 3-district model. And what that will do is go towards our ultimate goal of improved response time to priority 1 calls. And you do that by going from essentially a 33 1/3% shared workload will then drop to a 25% shared workload, which extrapolated out over 280,000 calls for service that we run a year, will show a reduction in response time. There's smaller geographic areas and smaller areas for our officers to respond from A to B in. The second part of the budget that we built with additional staffing is I have a significant amount of retirements this year. The backfill of those retirements combined with growth results in a what I would term a massive amount of staffing shuffling. And the effect of that is going to result in a loss of, I'll give you an example. Just in the remainder of this calendar year, I'm replacing 2 deputy chiefs, 4 captains, 6 lieutenants, and 13 sergeants. That's in addition to the 12 sergeants that we made last fiscal year. So with all of that as an upward shuffle and an upward movement, and the vacancies are created when people move up in very technical specialized positions such as traffic homicide investigators, traffic enforcement officers, specific detectives, and then all the way down to the line level of new officers. So there's a large amount of officers moving in and then moving up. It's a good problem to have. It's great for our staff, but it is resulting in certain needs. So I'll go to the second page. If Mark can help me get to the second page. Oh, you got it. Thank you. I'll go down to the bottom. To put this in the most conversational way, I agree with 99.9% of the city manager's proposed budget. This is a vision that's shared by you on the dais and myself, as well as the city manager and ultimately the finance director. So for conversational speak, I requested $20. I was approved for $15. I'm okay with that. What I'm not okay with, or what I have a little bit of conversation with city management, and they've agreed with me, is let me choose the $5 that you cut. And by doing so, it enables me to do everything that I just told you. Using my reductions, or the very bottom there, allows us to have the same bottom line out of the general fund. We don't touch that. Matter of fact, Mr. Mason alluded to it, there's a give back of an additional $12,000 by using my $5 in the cut, and we're able to do the quad-based rollout at the end of this calendar year. We're able to continue on with a plan that I've been doing for identifying internal efficiencies, taking sworn people in roles that can be filled by a civilian, or civilianizing the job, if you would, and that has a cascading effect of putting more officers on the street, into traffic, into investigators. So by doing what I proposed here at the bottom, by just 1 or 2 moves, it does have a very noticeable impact of putting people readily available into line level actionable jobs. Specifically, upgrading the training detective. We were approved for a training detective position. By taking some of these savings that we're able to realize, that position can be upgraded from a training detective into a training sergeant. What that sergeant is going to do is going to oversee our field training officer program. If you think back to what I just told you, with the massive amount of people that are moving in at the line level, there is a large amount of field training officers that have to administer the training. Our existing staff of FTOs, as they're called, are our first picks to move up into vacancies. It's the natural progression of a career path. So all of our relied upon trainers are now moving into specialized positions or getting promoted. So I have a fleet of entirely new FTOs that are training in a massive amount of influx of new people. The current design of a field training officer supervisor was in the training department. They do all of the training for our 300 sworn officers and 100 professional staff, and administering the field training officer program was a side job. With the amount of people that we have coming in and the amount of new FTOs we have to manage, it would be derelict for that to be administered as a side job. That's where injuries happen, deaths happen, and a very significant amount of liability and lawsuits when you have full-time responsibility and liability that's managed by an ancillary person. That's why that upgrade to a sergeant will take that sidecar responsibility from our training department, and they can focus on their main job. And this sergeant will oversee that explosive growth of a training program for people moving in. That's number one. Number two, I asked for a public information specialist that originally was denied. We're able to get that back in, and where that's going to come from is I asked for 2 patrol officers. That's not 2 officers, that's just 2 that are designated for patrol. There's a lot of sworn police officers in this budget that have been approved. But if you get down to the very bottom where there's 2 patrol officers, by deferring one, I won't use the word cut, I'll use the word defer. If we were to have those 2 patrol officers, the advertisement happens in October when this budget is adopted. We advertise, we hire, we train, we put them through the academy field training, and then the realization of that officer will be the end of FY24. So if those 2 are approved, you won't see them in blue out on the street until the end of FY24, maybe the beginning of FY25, because they're at the back of a long line of people that we're already hiring. So if you defer one of those or cut one of those and take that salary, that enables me to put back on the table the public information specialist. It's a civilian job that's being operated by one sworn person. That sworn person is going to go back to the street now. So you'll realize that sworn officer position immediately as opposed to 12, maybe 13 months later. You're not losing anything. What you gain is a lot of fiscal flexibility to be able to do all of the other things that I just said. So by using that as our capital, going from 2 to 1, you don't lose that officer, but on budgetary paper you do, and that salary then comes in, allows us to hire that public information specialist, replace that deferred or cut officer immediately. We're able to use that salary savings to then upgrade that training detective to the FTO sergeant like I asked for. And essentially I've asked for the 20, I got 15 back. I'm good with the 15. Let me just decide which 15 it is. We've all come to that agreement. It shares your vision, and we're moving forward. And that deferred position will, one of two things are going to happen. I'm either going to put it back in to a next or upcoming budget, or if we're able to continue to hire and we won't need it based on growth or based on attrition or based on hiring, then we won't need to put it in. But in either circumstance, we, the community, win. So I threw a lot out at you. I hope I thoroughly confused everyone. And I'm here for any questions if you have.
One quick question, Chief.
Sure.
I know you keep mentioning that you put in for 20, you got 15. As far as sworn officers, out of that 20, how many of those 20?
That's not 20. It's just that was a colloquial term or just a conversational term that I asked for $20. They gave me $15.
Okay. All right.
So they cut $5. I just didn't like the $5 they chose. I chose a different 5, and it enables us to do a bunch of other things. So as far as sworn positions, I wasn't denied really any. I was good with the amount of sworn officers that I got. In budgets past, this is the 3rd budget that I've submitted to you guys. It's been very line level heavy, and it looks like we're adding a lot of staff just on paper at first glance in the first 2 budgets that I've given you. This is no different. It just looks different because if you look at what we're getting, there's lieutenants in there, there's 3 sergeants in there. Those are big positions. Those are sworn positions too. So we're on par with what I've asked for in the previous 2 years. It's just packaged a little bit different. It costs a little bit more because those positions are higher. Those people are coming from within the agency and ascending throughout. And then as it tumbles down, the openings are going to be on the line level on the road. So there'll be an influx of whatever requisite amount of staff that we've asked for. That's how many new people are coming in the door. That makes sense. Mm-hmm. So the only thing that I was denied at the onset was a civilian public information specialist, and I asked to upgrade a position that was already approved. A detective position I asked to upgrade. It's a nominal upgrade when you're looking at the scope of our budget, but the goal is keeping no impact to the general fund. I was able to do that. I was able to get that sergeant upgrade. I was able to retain that public information specialist at the cost of 1 officer that I asked for. But by getting that public information specialist, that officer is already there, and I'm putting them directly on the street, as a matter of fact, much quicker this way.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Steinke.
Thank you. So Chief, with the notes there on the bottom of that slide 39, do you feel with, if you will, the massaging that you did with the $5 that you didn't get, do you feel like you can accomplish your objectives of decreasing your critical call response time as well as moving to the 4-quadrant design versus the 3-column design?
Yes, I do, and the only way I'm able to do that is by doing that at the bottom, because it requires an additional 4 sergeants to be able to run the quads. We have 3 districts, so we have 3 sergeants on every shift. I need an additional 1 on every shift, so that's 4 additional sergeants. In the budget that I've asked for and have been approved are the 3 sergeants. The 4th sergeant is coming from the Public Affairs Office. I can't make that move unless I get that civilianized position. So everything was predicated really on that one position. So we were able to find the dollars to do that, and that unlocks a real cascading effect of what we're trying to accomplish. So yes, I'm able to do that based on this.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the chief? Okay, thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. For the record, Percy Zambrano, Interim Public Works Director. So Public Works right now, we have 289 FTEs. So the proposal for 2024 is to increase that by 21 FTEs. We're adding 1 senior fleet mechanic for fleet. That's to assist with fire. 1 senior trace specialist for facilities, 1 project manager. This is funded through utilities and fire. As you know, Public Works is now overseeing the landscape maintenance of utilities and the fire stations. So they're funding this position. We're getting a new survey crew. Right now we have 2 crews for the entire city. So this addition will assist not only with the service we provide to development, new development, because we designed the lane widening, sidewalk, and curb and gutter, but also will assist with the dredging function of the Public Works Department. Additional electrician for facilities with all these new GeoBond buildings that are coming up. Additional solid waste inspector. The plan is to each year add 1 inspector until we have a total of 4. So right now we have 1. So we're going to add 1 in fiscal year 2022. So we're going to have 2 inspectors, and then we're going to keep increasing 1 a year. So at the end, we have 4 inspectors to cover the entire city. We're adding 10 positions as part of a stormwater, and this is consistent with the stormwater analysis and that increase of $7 per equivalent residential unit, and that will help to beef up the soil regrading, the pipe relocation, and the sod functions of the Public Works Department. We're adding 1 custodian to help with charter schools, and in addition, we are transferring 2 positions for Parks and Recreation that are coming to Public Works. 1 is an environmental technician that is going to assist with our water quality education purposes, and 1 operations supervisor that used to be at the Yacht Club at the Harbor Master, now is part of Public Works, and is helping with all the canal, the markers, and all the functions we do in the canal system. The stormwater forecast, it matches what you saw in the stormwater analysis that we performed and presented to council earlier. So it just mimics what we already modeled in that exercise. So our request, every year we put some money apart on the side for opportunities to acquire right-of-way or our turn lanes or do improvements. that are consistent with the vision that we have for Chiquita and for Diplomat. Those are kind of the big corridors that we need to keep in the future for improvement. So those were funded. We're also, as you know, those that are part of the Transportation Advisory Commission, we are starting the annual pavement preservation plan. This year, fully funded as its own line item. In the past, we carved that money out of the repaving component, but this year we asked for their own line item and we got it. We're also, for charter school maintenance, we estimated 1.2 million to do the delay maintenance of the buildings. So that is in the budget, in addition to additional custodials for charter schools. Bridge rehabilitation, we are putting 1 million aside for the future. Environmental sustainability for reforestation due to Hurricane Ian damage to our tree canopy. We have 515,000 in the budget just for that effort. For our transportation maintenance crew, we're getting a new truck. Right now, we share with Stormwater this truck, and this will help to make those crews independent. We're also getting a new bucket truck that will give us flexibility because Public Works only have one bucket truck. So when that bucket truck is down, then we cannot provide the service. That crew is limited in what they can do. Having two bucket trucks adding the additional will give us flexibility, and also we can allocate another crew. We can kind of reallocate crews as we get needs to do tree trimming and that type of projects. Annual beautification refurbishment, we are starting this year adding 300,000 to replace those landscape that are in decay that need to be refurbished. The next one, we ask for a sidewalk crew or a curbing crew, something that will be flexible. As you know, our sidewalk crew is now doing curbing, so we ask for an additional as a plan B in case we cannot go out and build sidewalks with contractors. But we're gonna keep pursuing the avenue to get contractors doing sidewalks, so that request is not included in your budget. Also not included is a customer service representative for Nicholas, equipment operator and labor to do another bridge maintenance crew. Is not in the budget. We initially thought, well, it would be nice to add another 2 FTEs crew to have more oversight on our bridges, but we're gonna keep it as is. A field technician for the road shoulder support crew, or 2 FTEs for the leader control were not approved. They're not in the budget. As I mentioned, we're getting new survey crew, and we didn't get another tree trimming crew. We have as I mentioned, the new bucket truck to add flexibility, but we are not getting another crew, which will require another bucket truck. Also, we asked for a trailer. We can manage this in other ways that wasn't approved. Another customer service representative for facilities. We did get an electrician for the new parks facilities, as I mentioned. A senior inspector for facilities to be on top of the maintenance requirements. That is not in the budget. It's something that we have to think, what is the proper FTE that we need for that function in the future? Trace specialist that we thought might be helpful to attend the new demands by the GeoBond facilities is not in your budget. They did, finance included the intersection improvements. As you know, we have a number of traffic signals that are currently under design and scheduled for construction in the future years. The inspectors for solid waste, and then we have there the 10 positions for stormwater, consistent with the stormwater fee analysis, and they're to support the dredging, swales, sod crew, and pipe relocation crew. As you know, as we get more development, there are more conflicts between pipes that are really not in the easement, or they have to be relocated for various reasons. So we will get another crew to attend that demand for relocation. So that's all I have. If you have any questions.
Councilmember Steinke.
Just a quick question as it relates to the dredging. I noticed that, and I'm glad to see that we're taking that back under our control. I see that we don't have any FTEs there, and I'm wondering if we still have the skill within our workforce to operate the machinery, to do the work that's going to be needed for the dredging, and then with the equipment, if you will, sitting on the side for a while, have we evaluated the equipment to know that it's ready to go, or do we have capital improvement to go to the equipment to bring it back up to snuff to begin using it again?
So our approach is going to be a mixed approach. We're going to be contracting out some dredging, and then the plan is to acquire a new dredge, but not the big ones. We got rid of the ones that we had. They were too big, difficult to get in and out, the maintenance, and they were obsolete. We do have staff still that can perform the functions. If not, we'll train them. But yes, we planning restarting the southeast, the one that we already have the analysis and we know where to go, that we have to cancel the contract with the previous contractor. So we want to do that, and then we're going to move to reassess the southwest to look for priorities there. So we're evaluating what type of dredge we're going to acquire, but it's in the budget. The new dredge and also a new pontoon boat.
And that's what we see. That's what we see in the budget at the 1.6.
You don't get that level of detail in the big book in the back. You see, yes. So I think page.
I can find it as long as I know that we're the. If that
Yes,
one
you're
point-
going to see, you're going to find it, and I have it marked in my book. We have the dredge and the pontoon boat there.
We'll get you the page numbers.
Yes.
Page 280.
280.
Yeah.
Do you find it?
On page 280, up at the top, you have a dredge
Got it.
replacement of 750, and in the middle, it's 150 for the new pontoon boat.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Welsh.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess my question's for the city manager. I noticed that the additional sidewalk crew or the curbing crew was eliminated from the ask. Being a member of CTAC and knowing in the previous years we purchased the curbing machine And knowing about the median beautification, the extra money in there, was there a reason why those positions weren't
Absolutely.
budgeted?
Absolutely. Thank you for the opportunity to explain the reasoning behind this one. So one of the things that we're trying to do is we have 2 sidewalk crews, 8-man crews, that council has been appropriating money year over year to put sidewalks in the ground. The amount of money that you all have been appropriating has been exceeding the amount of concrete that they can actually put in the ground over the past couple of years. So with the requirement of the Green Book to require curbing, we did some cost-benefit analysis and said, okay, you know what, we need to focus on getting that done, because another priority of council's is improving medians with landscaping. So what we have is kind of a convergence of 3 things happening all at once. We've got the curbing needing to go in, the prioritization of the sidewalks and the medians. And so what we have, and then the stacking up of appropriations for sidewalks. So the idea is we're trying to outsource the sidewalks to the private sector. This way, based on however much sidewalk you all want to put in the ground, we go to the private sector, we say it's 1 mile this year, 2 miles next year, 5 miles, however much you want to prioritize. The crew of those 2 crews that are doing sidewalks now, that would be doing sidewalks, the intent is to shift them over to run the curbing machine. So we're just kind of reappropriating existing staff to align all of these priorities, but knowing that we can lean on the private sector to do the sidewalks.
From what I understand in CTAC, though, there were some issues with the design-build process as far as the amount of money appropriated. So I just want to make sure that either A, we put the money in there to do that design-build, so that program will work, or are we eliminating that by not doing it in-house with our own crews?
Yeah, I don't know that I could recommend to you all to support the level of requests that the bid came in. I don't know, I have not followed up with staff to see if there was a bust in the interpretation of what was needed. But what it comes down to under design build is we give them a design set of criteria. So you need to be 4 foot off the edge of pavement, you need to have a cross slope no more than 2%, you need to be 4 inches thick with 5,000 PSI concrete. This is how you approach a driveway, this is how you approach a street, this is how you handle a valve box. And then they just go build it and give you a set of design as it's done. So I don't know what happened there, but I know that they came back like the number was almost like triple what we had budgeted. And the whole intent is to make it easier and quicker. So there was clearly a bust in that, but I know staff is regrouping on trying to find a way to either get more information from that bidder or that team to figure out if they misunderstood what the requirement is. We're trying to get there. I mean, we still, and then when you all appropriate funds in a capital project fund, they don't go away. So at the end of this year, if we're not successful getting all of that money deployed, the money's still there available to draw on in October.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? I only have a couple. As far as out of the general fund for median improvements, what did we allocate for this fiscal year? I thought it was somewhere around 300,000.
Actually, it's 1,030,000, plus the 312,000 that we do generally every year.
Yeah, tell me about the 1 million. I know in our discussions, it was about 300 to start with. I think you've added some monies or.
So what happened, if you all remember, that we didn't have the July 1st figure that came back out. So we were able to put back money in for the median landscaping, sidewalks, and what was the?
Not sidewalks, just the median landscaping.
Yeah. When we were expecting that final adjustment, it came in a little bit higher. So we were able to kind of put some money back into the priorities that you all had identified.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you.
Before I go, I just want to share with you during my update for the different projects, capital projects that we're doing. I mentioned to you that the design of Sun Trail, we were 150,000 short because we are negotiating the contract and we have predicated Sun Trail on the grounds that is fully reimbursable. So FDOT just let us know this week that they're going to fund the extra 150,000. So we're going to bring a contract before you. Thank you.
Thank you. How you doing?
Mayor, Council, Rand Edelstein, acting on behalf of Jeff Pearson, the Utilities Department Director. The first table provides a summary of the expenditures by fund for each of the fiscal years listed. You can see that there are a total of 9 funds for the supply of potable water and irrigation water and water reclamation services. Our budget includes personnel, 8 full-time employee positions. These are all in the utilities collection and distribution group, and they will help facilitate continued service, quality of service. The proposed budget for 2024 is $345 million. If we go to the next slide, of 16 requested program modifications by the department, 7 were approved, and these also primarily are the additional personnel positions in UCD and their support equipment. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Any questions regarding Utilities Department? Thank you, sir. Doesn't look like we have any questions.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
All right, we're here to bring it home. All right, so real quick, financial services, we have a number of funds that support financial services. Overall, the budget for financial services is proposed at $21.8 million, the largest of which is the Risk Management Fund. We have 3 positions that we've requested and have been approved for inclusion. All 4 of the, there's 4 positions. All 4 of the positions are funded through the Utilities Department. Specifically, we have one assistant assessment billing manager. This is primarily requested as part of succession planning. The city of Cape Coral currently has 37 assessments, which is about 33 more than most cities throughout the state of Florida. As a matter of fact, there's only one other city that has anywhere close to the number of assessments that we currently have. And the bulk of ours are in the utilities arena, and it's a very complicated process that we go through. And so we're looking at succession planning. The current assessment manager will likely be retiring probably in about 5 years, so we want to make sure that we grow somebody into the position. In addition, we have 2 additional customer service technicians. As we have grown the number of accounts into the system, we need additional staffing in order to handle those new accounts, as well as a field service representative along with an additional vehicle to go along with it. Again, this is primarily as a result of the new positions or the new accounts that have been added to the system. For human resources, the overall budget is proposed at $43 million, the majority of which is the self-insured health plan, which saw an increase of a little over $3.2 million. We have no additional positions, although there was a number that was requested. As we looked at all of these positions and evaluated the number of positions, we want to be able to provide a whoever is coming into the position to take a look, a very broad look at the services that are being provided by the Human Resources Department and make a determination of exactly the staffing necessary in order to provide services to to not only the community of employees, but the community of retirees as well. And so last but not least, we'll roll right into the government debt part of this. This kind of, overall, the city of Cape Coral has the budget for debt. We have an outstanding principal balance as of 9/30/23 of $199 million. Fiscal year 2024 is both, including governmental debt as well as GO bond debt, is looking at $26.2 million. We've talked briefly about the timing of when we would sell the next tranche of the GO bond debt. Right now, we're looking at after the end of the fiscal year. So it would not impact, the debt service payments would impact fiscal year 2025 as opposed to 2024. Enterprise fund wide, we have $295 million in debt. The majority of that is all in the utility system. $32 million in debt service is proposed in fiscal year 2024. Some of the things that we're looking at future debt and the timing of future debt. At this point, we are evaluating the timing of when we would issue debt and the debt service for the fleet building. The debt service for the fleet building would not hit until 2025, so we've proposed that for 2025. The actual issuance may or may not occur in 2024, but the actual debt service payments won't be until 2025. That's what this is primarily designed to show you. It's really when the debt service payments will end up needing to be budgeted for as opposed to the timing of when we actually issue the debt. At the same time, we have a lot of enterprise fund debt, mostly in the utilities arena associated with the UEP, as well as future stormwater debt issues that will also be associated with the UEP. And if we have any questions, again, it's all about timing. North 1 West, the future debt will start being paid in fiscal year 2024. The assessments will come on board and start being paid in 2024 as well, in November of 2025, sorry. And so, again, we're back to the important dates to remember, although we have 2 additional workshops, one scheduled for the 15th, and if necessary, one scheduled for the 21st. The first public hearing, again, is scheduled for September 7th at 5:05 p.m., and the final public hearing is scheduled for September 21st at 5:05 p.m. And so now we're here for any questions and however we want to work this programming. Before we leave today, as about a week ago, the mayor and the city manager and I had briefly met, and we had determined that we felt as the Budget Review Committee had basically disbanded, we came up with an idea of coming up with a video to kind of give an idea of what the overall budget looks like. So before we leave today, we would like to be able to show you that video, but that shouldn't impact what we want to get accomplished between now and the end of the meeting. So at the end of the meeting, we'll actually show you the video. It's about 8 minutes long. It's a very good product, and we will put it online at the end of this meeting. Okay, thank you. So any questions? We're ready to go.
Any questions regarding finance?
Well, this is regarding everything that we talked about today.
Okay. All right. I think this is a point in the meeting where we'll open up discussion to council. But since we've been here about 2 hours and 40 minutes, I think we'll take a 10-minute break till 4:50 and then reconvene.
Yep.
Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. Mr. City Manager, do you want council to have a discussion first on what we've been presented up to this point? Is that your
Yeah,
desire?
I think it would be appropriate to have a discussion, kind of what you've seen, where we're at, and then I'd like to close out by showing the video. If you all may recall, during the discussions about the BRC, there was one point when we had discussed having town hall meetings. As you all know, the BRC resigned, and so I felt it was important to show the community that we were serious about the town halls. Obviously, with a week's time, we didn't have time to prepare a town hall and presentations and find locations. So we went with a video that we can put up online, and then that will allow the community who wants to kind of see an overview of the budget. So it's kind of a response to the BRC, stepping back. So we'll close with that.
Okay.
But definitely, I think it's appropriate to have an overall discussion.
Okay. I'll open up for council for any discussion on the budget and information that's been presented up to this point. Councilmember Shepherd?
Yeah, I had the opportunity to go out to the charter schools yesterday, and the reason I went out, I asked the city manager, I wanted to point out some things I was concerned of, because when I dropped my children off there last school year, there was a lot of things I saw when it came to upkeep and maintenance of the buildings and the facility in general, and I had concerns. But after being there yesterday, I was like, wow. I just want to thank all the people involved, the different staff, the different workers that really did a major facelift on the whole facility. It looks fresh. A lot of the maintenance issues were handled, and it has a lot to do with what our city manager spoke about, putting the right kind of people doing the maintenance. You know, the people there are educated and trained to educate our children. Their job isn't to do maintenance and upkeep on the building. So, just wanted to mention that what he's already talked about in the budget meeting with restructuring, taking care of different facilities like the fire department, the police department, and other places, why it's so important to do that restructuring, and I witnessed it. And I'm telling you, the schools look great, and first day of school, people are going to see a big difference. So I just want to say thank you to all the people that are involved in what they did there for all the improvements. It really looked nice. Big change. Thank you.
No problems with the budget presentation or questions?
No.
Okay. Councilmember Hayden?
Yeah, I picked up on something in a conversation between you and Mark where you initially said there, and I thought you had told me that we had put money back in for sidewalks, and then you said there wasn't any money in there for sidewalks. So I know from what you had said, I know we're playing catch up with the grant funds and the money that we've dedicated towards building sidewalks. But where do we stand? And I noticed there's no money budgeted for sidewalks with the 5-cent gas tax through 2029. And there is grant money budgeted for that period of time at different amounts. So where exactly do we stand on funding sidewalks for the upcoming budget, and how does it look for the future?
Well, Councilmember Hayden, you weren't the only one that picked up on that. I had another council member ask me about that because at the last few moments when we got the extra revenue back from the increase in the taxable value, what I wanted to have happen was $1 million go back to medians because we had to pull that $1 million back to sidewalks. And then we were also kind of short funding Operation Sparkle, which is refreshing our parks, similar to what Councilmember Shepherd just spoke about at the schools. And so I confirmed with staff that we were not able to make that happen due to some of the last minute shifts on the expenditure side. So my proposal, if you all would agree, is Mark had expressed in the beginning that we received an additional $3 million in state shared half-cent state shared sales tax. One of my recommendations for you all, unless you have a different priority, would be to take $1 million out of that and put it in sidewalks, and then you all still have $2 million. So that would be my recommendation.
Okay, Mark, is that?
26. We have forecasted for 25 and 26, 2,575,000 included in the proposed budget for 2025 and 26 each. So we had to take it out of 2024, but when we got the additional revenues, as city manager talked about, we had to apply them towards certain things and in order to balance the budget, and that's where we were. And so sidewalks was not funded in the current year, but it is funded in 25 and 26, or it's included in the budget for 25 and 26.
But we could include some of this extra
With the
revenue from
additional
the
3
sales
million,
tax.
yes, you could.
Yeah, I'd hate to see the momentum stop on this when we're so close to getting them done within a mile and then progressing with the, getting them within 2 miles. I think it's important for the community, it's important for safety, it's important for wellness. So keep that project moving forward, and then just to make sure the other half of the PD&E funding is in the budget, correct?
Yes, it is, 2.25 million, yes, it is.
Okay.
That's coming out of reserves, as we had discussed last year. That's where the funding would come from.
Yeah, and I do want to thank you and your staff for all the hard work on what is a voluminous job and book with an incredible amount of information in it, and as usual, you and your staff exceed expectations and putting together the numbers, and at least for me, making them easy to understand.
Thank you. They're all here, so they
No,
appreciate your
I'm glad you
comments.
brought
Thank you.
everybody, and I know they're probably tired and can't wait till the end of September. But, November's not that far away, so you can get started on the next one too. So, thanks, Mark.
They'll just be starting up again on October 2nd.
Any other council discussion? There are only a couple things that I had, when you look at the budget. I know, we heard from the city attorney here today, and I know there's an ask there. And I know that we'll be hopefully getting some data back to see where that may lead us. But as we all know, when you take away something from, or when you add something here, you have to take something away from there. So we'll see where that goes. A couple of the things that I would like to see if we could work on to try to implement in this year's budget is maybe basically in the public safety sector. As we all know, that's a priority of ours. I'm looking forward to getting the information on the overtime in the fire department, because I'm guessing that, it'll show the need for those 3 lieutenants. And then the other concern that I have in the public safety department is the 1 police officer that we lost. When you look through this budget, as we all know, it's a very complex, over $1 billion budget. Some of the things that I look at is the percentage of increase in some of the departments. I think the biggest department that I saw with the increase was probably Public Works. Now, we all know that we have a growing city, and we need more personnel to keep up with the needs of the community, and I understand that. One thing I never want to do is make sure that, we're not giving our police and our fire exactly what they need. I know we've compromised. It sounds like there was some compromise this year to try to get some of their needs filled. I will say, I know the police chief, typically when he comes in the 5.5 years that I've been here, it's needs and not wants. And I understand that, he always approaches it in that fashion. I also know the same with the fire chief. You know, we know that we're a growing city. You look at the houses that have opened, fire stations that's opened just the 5.5 years I've been here. They added personnel, going from a 3 personnel engine to a 4, and everything else that we've accomplished along the way. And we do that not because we want to, it's because we need to. So those 4 positions, I would really like to take a look and see what we could do to implement those positions. And I know we've done some creative things in the past, or maybe we didn't bring the positions on board in October. Maybe we can do it halfway through the fiscal year. The same with some of these other positions. You know, we've added 59 positions. I will tell you, since I've been here, that's the most positions I think we've ever added in one particular year. Not saying we don't need them, but that is a big, when you add 59 FTEs in 1 year, that's a substantial amount of increase. But those 4 positions I would like to try look at to see if there's any way we can implement it. That means some of these other positions don't come on board until after the first quarter, the second quarter. I know we've played that game before. So that would be one of my preferences. Also, like I mentioned earlier with the rescue truck, and I know you and I, Mr. City Managers, have this discussion. We know fire trucks are 40 months out. 550s, because I ordered one here recently, it took me a year to get it. So if we order it now, we're not going to probably get it till next fiscal year or pretty close. So, you know, you don't have to pay for the truck until it gets here. Now, I understand what happens if it comes in 9 months, and we're still in this fiscal year. But what I don't want to do is wait till next fiscal year, say, okay, it's approved, and then we got to wait another year for that particular piece of equipment. And it's not in service and not being utilized. And I think the fire chief has put those rescue trucks as a priority. My discussions with him, the next several years, he wants to try to add one each year, you know, because of the need and the response that we need to have in the community. So I'm not, I'm not exactly happy with the increase with the FSA going from 62 to 70. But, you know, if you look at all the needs that we have, I don't want to raise the millage rate, so I know we haven't done that. So I appreciate staff. I know you did your one-on-ones with all the council members, and I think that was a sentiment between all of us. You know, so we came up with an alternative. As we all know, I had asked Mr. Mason for every 1% about how much money that is. So it's about 600 and, I wrote it down here on my paper, about $669,480 per 1% of the FSA. So if we start deducting or bringing that 70% back, we know that we're going to be losing some revenue that we're going to have to look at our expenses and say, okay, what are we going to cut? I'm not saying we do that, but I'm just, you know, making that as a, you know, making a point that we have some needs there that we need to try to fill. And, you know, I read an article the other day that we are one of the top 15 cities in the nation as far as our growth. And with growth comes responsibilities and needs, and we have to make sure that we keep up. I think if you look back in history, especially during the bust of here in Cape Coral, for many years we didn't do anything. And then, unfortunately, at some point in time, those needs started knocking on the door. And we had a big expense that we had to try to catch up with. And I think, to some degree, in some areas, we're still playing catch up. I don't want to put us in that position again. So for me, the public safety aspect for the 3 lieutenants and the 1 police officer, and purchasing the at least getting it ordered, the rescue trucks, they're the concerns that I have to see if staff can come back and and provide us with some options and see if we can make that happen. So with that, I will, if we can hopefully try to craft a way to do that, I'll support the budget that you brought forward. Like the other Councilmember Hayden had mentioned, Mr. Mason, want to thank you and all your staff. I know you've been working on this for months and months. It's a lot of work, so I appreciate all the hard work and the dedication for you and your team to get us to where we are today.
Thank you.
So, all right, that's all I have. Any other comments? All right, it sounds like with that, there's, I know the city attorney is going to be hopefully bringing us back some additional information. I think you have a little bit of information that needs to be brought back. It doesn't sound like a long meeting, but it does sound like another meeting is warranted for the budget. Is that pretty much your understanding, Mr. City Manager?
Yeah, I have several items here to bring back, and I think some of them really could just be emails. It's and I think I saw one already go out, which is the overtime on the development services, the passport revenues, those could all go out as an email. We will look at the sidewalks, and we'll look at the things that you have here and see if there's a way to accomplish those. I think we can get there.
Okay. One last thing I forgot to mention, Mr. Mason, just so we all understand, because of Hurricane Ian, I know a lot of the parking lot items that we've been talking about here for over a year, we've utilized some of those monies because of the Hurricane Ian. And I understand that. My understanding, not only for us, but maybe for the public, at some point we'll be reimbursed for the monies that we've utilized out of the parking lot items. And I think it was a little over $12 million that I had written down here in parking lot items. Once that monies is reimbursed, is that money going to go back into the committed funds? And then we'll have a discussion at a future date?
Okay, so I'm just going to bring this page back up. If they'll bring the probably need to figure out how to do the display settings again. There it is. Okay, cool. So let me go to that page that we talked about briefly. This page right here.
Okay.
All right, so the parking lot items are the ones that are over on the left. That was what was left over after we funded the $18 million worth of items last year with one-time funding.
Okay.
So over on the right is the financial statements from fiscal year 2023. So whatever is the net result for fiscal year 2024, associated with whatever the revenues over expenditures or whatever that net is, there's going to be some portion of the disaster reserve and the budget stabilization reserve that will be used in order to fund the expenses that have been associated with Hurricane Ian that we will receive in the future to come back. Those would go back to the budget stabilization reserve. The intent of the increase in the solid waste rate is to create a disaster reserve for debris recovery only, for residential debris recovery. We'll still have a disaster reserve in the general fund that will be mostly related to personnel. So the idea is that they will come back and go back into those particular resource buckets. That's the intent. It's not something, because we're going to have to we need to reconstitute the budget stabilization reserve. That's the idea. And so we'll have that understanding as we go forward. We've already brought in, as I said, from a debris standpoint, the overall cost of debris is around $58 million. We've brought back in already about 20 some odd million dollars of that. We still have the cost of personnel that, is basically spread across all funds, but in the end, the majority of it is in the general fund. And so, again, I just want to focus in on the idea of the parking lot items that we talked about. There's basically 5 left. none of these parking lot items met the criteria to be included in the 2024 budget. So from our perspective, they're really no longer parking lot items for us to be able to on a needs basis, to go fund today. But there's still, some of these items that are in here are still included in our strategic plan, but at this point, I think the focus of 2024 was a little bit on the catch-up side from a personnel standpoint, and we've accomplished that. And now, some of the other waypoints that we have, if we want to continue to move forward with a tree canopy program, then we would come back and fund those in 2025 or beyond. Does that help answer the question?
Yeah, but I got one other question since you brought that slide up. Let's just take one item. Take the FEMA reimbursement, Hurricane Irma. We had
Correct.
$7.3 million in there.
Correct.
In my understanding, we've utilized some of that money for hurricane expenses. Is that correct?
Those funds right there, we have set aside as a committed reserve to go towards the funding of the parks and to make up the difference on whatever excesses might occur. So no, I have not used that $12 million towards
still
Hurricane
sitting
Ian.
That's
It
still
is, it is still committed for the purpose that we've identified them for.
All right, that answers my question.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Mark, can you pull up slide 5?
555. Yep, okay.
I just wanted to kind of go through this briefly. So when you look at the prioritization, what I try to do with the personnel, you can see that police and fire basically received 10, water and sewer received 12, and stormwater received 10. Now, stormwater and water and sewer are enterprise funds, and those are directly the level of service back to the community. So right now, our pipe crews and swale crews are almost at 18 months. If you called in today, we would be telling you in 2025, we'll be there to fix your swale. It's just not an acceptable level of service. So that was part of the discussion on that. Then the solid waste inspector is try to get to one inspector per each pickup day of zone. And then the property management staff is funded by all the other funds. So I know you had said you wanted to make sure that we weren't prioritizing public works over the public safety, but when you break them down into their component units and look at the revenues of the stormwaters fully funded in that $5 increase, you can see that still public safety is the highest priority.
Okay. And I'm not saying that that's not a need. I'm not saying it's a want. Because I agree with you, 18 months is unacceptable. So, we have needs in the community now because we're growing, and we got to keep up with that growth. So, any other comments on the budget? Okay, Mr. City Manager, you want to show the video first? Is that what you want to do?
We do. So if you want to cue up the video.
Welcome to 2024. My name is Nicole Raitler, and as the Budget Administrator for the City of Cape Coral, I am happy to share with you the fiscal year 2024 proposed budget.
You need it up
From
on the
kickoff in
screen.
December 2022 through our June summer retreat, the City Council and management have worked together to develop a proposed budget for fiscal year 2024 that meets the needs of our citizens while providing for growth. As we roll into a new fiscal year. Welcome to 2024. My name is Nicole Raitler, and as the Budget Administrator for the City of Cape Coral, I am happy to share with you the fiscal year 2024 proposed budget. From kickoff in December 2022 through our June summer retreat, the City Council and management have worked together to develop a proposed budget for fiscal year 2024 that meets the needs of our citizens while providing for growth. As we roll into a new fiscal year, the city's total budget is proposed at slightly over $1 billion, with a proposed general operating fund, which includes police, parks, and transportation, totaling slightly over $225 million of the total overall budget. This represents a 12.83% increase in expenditures over the 2023 adopted budget of $966.9 million. The fiscal year 2024 budget was developed utilizing a millage rate of 5.3694 for general operations, no rate change from the prior year, an increase in the fire service assessment rate, and other revenue adjustments, all of which will support the growth of the community and the increased cost of services provided to the businesses and our residents. The proposed budget includes a number of initiatives to support the community while enhancing the services the city provides. Following will be several speakers with information about many of the exciting programs and services the city will provide next year. The City Council will be meeting in workshops on August 8th and August 15th and will hold a public hearing on September 7th and September 21st to adopt millage rates and the fiscal year 2024 annual budget.
The Cape Coral Public Works Department is a diverse group of divisions primarily responsible for the construction and maintenance of transportation and stormwater facilities and engineering support for Cape Coral's infrastructure. In fiscal year 2023, Public Works installed 589 streetlights, resurfaced roadways, and installed 14 miles of sidewalks. Over 1,700 assets were replaced, which includes vehicles for police and fire. Going into fiscal year 2024, our priorities are: number one, to continue the process to install new traffic signals across Cape Coral. These are important for safety. With fewer accidents, the flow of traffic is better and wait times are decreased. Number two, coordinate roadway improvements with the Utilities Expansion Project. This allows cost sharing to resurface and also widen majors when appropriate. Number three, develop a multimodal master plan. This reduces congestion, enhances connectivity, increases safety across all modes, and allows equity in transportation. Number four, continue the road resurfacing program. And number five, to implement water quality and flood prevention projects.
The Cape Coral Police Department is a full-service law enforcement agency responsible for maintaining law and order. Our mission is to ensure our community's well-being through a partnership with our citizens. This agency has grown tremendously, expanding from just 11 officers in our inception in 1971 to 300 sworn officers in 2023. The men and women of the Cape Coral Police Department received nearly 277,000 calls for service in fiscal year 2023 and conducted thousands of criminal investigations. We're proud to maintain our status as one of the safest cities in Florida. Our community's expectations are high, and rightly so. Cape Coral is a desirable community, and those expectations are warranted. Our strategic planning for growth is data-driven, science-based, and designed to meet the needs and growing demands and expectations of our city. Failure to meet these challenges and address our growth needs will leave us behind and hinder our ability to deliver on expectations. But in order to accomplish these goals, we must grow. Going into fiscal year 2024, our priorities are threefold. One, to continue reviewing and refining our organizational structure, staffing, and allocation to ensure the highest level service possible. Second, maintain emergency response times by our patrol officers. And lastly, continue to increase the clearance rate for property and violent crimes. For fiscal year 2024, we are requesting 10 new employees, 4 civilians and 6 sworn, including 4 sergeants. 3 sergeants will fill positions in patrol to support the change to a quadrant-based zone orientation. The patrol map will increase from 3 districts to 4. These changes will positively affect response times by reducing drive time and increasing coverage. More available officers improves public safety coverage, and better supervision reduces liability. The 4th sergeant will oversee the field training officer program. With the unprecedented influx of new hires to fill vacancies, we need a supervisor to ensure the Cape Coral Police Department has skilled field training officers to ensure that all personnel are road ready. These positions will ensure that we are operating in the most efficient manner possible, civilianizing key roles and providing needed personnel infrastructure to keep pace with growth, not just in patrol, but at all line levels and line level supervision of the organization.
Last year, the Cape Coral Fire Department responded to over 30,000 calls for emergency services. That means that somebody in our community called 911 every 17 minutes in their time of need. Moving into this fiscal year, my biggest priority is ensuring that we can continue to provide high-quality service to our residents while our community continues to grow. This year, Fire Station 13 will be open, and we are staffing an additional rescue unit, growing our available resources from 18 units to 20 units to respond to emergency calls for service. We are looking at purchasing additional trucks to ensure that we have a sustainable fleet model. This fiscal year, the fire department training facility will also be nearing completion, and we'll be bringing on additional staff to properly run this facility. The fire department training facility will be a benefit to our entire community to ensure that our firefighters have high-level training, so when they arrive on emergency scenes, they're as efficient and effective as they can be.
As we're in the process of finalizing our budget for fiscal year 2024, I just want to give a quick overview of what Cape Coral Parks and Recreation provides to the community. Consisting of over 39 locations, the department features waterfront parks, athletic complexes, boat ramps, and a premier public golf course, to name a few. Our department also produces many special events each year, such as Red, White, and Boom and Cape Coral Bike Night. It is our mission to provide residents and visitors with a wide range of recreational programs for all ages, skill levels, and social needs that enhance the quality of life of our residents. On another point, I'd like to talk about why Parks and Recreation are essential public services. First, they provide public economic value to the community. It is known that parks improve the local tax base and increase property values. It is proven that private property values increase the value of privately owned land the closer such land is to parks. They provide health and environmental benefits. Parks are the places that people go to get healthy and stay fit, and parks and recreation programs and services contribute to the health of children, youth, adults, and seniors. And lastly, Parks and Recreation also provides a social importance. Parks are a tangible reflection of the quality of life in a community. They provide identity for citizens and are a major factor in the perception of quality of life in a given community. Parks and Recreation services are often cited as one of the most important factors in surveys on how livable communities are. With that, I hope you consider our proposed adjustments to the budget, which include $2.6 million for deferred maintenance, also known as Operation Sparkle. Other maintenance items including the special population restrooms and windows, Lake Kennedy parking lot and signage, the rebuilding of the skate park building, and also 3 playground replacements to continue the replacement schedule initiated this current fiscal year. Next year's playgrounds include Jim Jeffers, Joe Stonis, and the Youth Center.
Well, thank you. This could not have been done without Melissa Mickey and her staff. I think they put in probably over 100 man-hours in order to get this done in less than a week. And that was a phenomenal job, and we appreciate all of that. Thank you.
Yeah, it was a very good job, and I know that was on short notice, so thank you and your team for all your hard work. Mr. City Manager, I think you got one other topic you wanted to discuss.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, sorry to keep you a few more minutes, but we need to have a discussion about the Yacht Club stakeholders group. So last week, we had a discussion about the intent for my stakeholders group was going to be to have a group of residents that would come through with staff and the architect to provide some guidance and some input from the community to the architects and the team building this on the elements that are in the ballroom itself that may be included or considered for inclusion in any new design down there. After that happened, we ended up with by Friday, over 1,500 residents that wanted to be involved. And I had mentioned on the Wednesday meeting that my intent was to categorize the residents based on the number of years they've been in the city, and then to utilize a random number to have a lottery, and that we would then have a discussion with those people that were pulled based on their number that was assigned to them, a unique identifier, and if they were not able to make it, it would not be transferable to another resident, then we would just go to back to the lottery, pick another random number. And as a result of that, I received several calls and a couple emails from members of council. And so that's why I need to bring this back before you all, because I need to have a little bit of a discussion with you on some of the requests and things that we can do, and if it's the will of council, we'll do it. But you need to also understand some of the ramifications. So one of the requests that I had was that members of council would like to be a part of the stakeholders group. Now, if only one of you do that, that's okay. I can have one stakeholder, one council member with me, and it's not going to be an issue. But if more than one of you want to do that, and the council wants to allow that, now we have what the attorney's office and the clerk's office are going to call a public meeting. And I have to make a provision for people, members of the public, to attend, provide input. We're going to have clerks are going to have meeting minutes. And so it basically turns the whole thought process of this upside down. But I am understanding that it is a reasonable request from a council member or council members to be on the committee, or the stakeholders group rather. But there are ramifications if you all want to do that. It would basically make this where we would be inviting the public inside the building. The second item that I was requested to do was to allow members of council to have an appointee of representing kind of them to do that. Now, if that were the case, and all of you appointed a member, then it would take my stakeholders group, which is now currently sitting at 6, which is a resident that's been here 60 years or more, a resident that's been here between 50 and 60, 40 and 50, 30 and 40, 20 and 30, and then 10 or less. It would add basically 8 appointees of council, so it would take the stakeholders group from 6 to 18. But in that case, obviously at that point, it's not necessarily 100% a stakeholder lottery. Now we have political appointees, which is more akin to a board or a committee. I'm not speaking against that. I'm just letting you know that the discussion's out there. I can easily accommodate 6, and I can easily accommodate 14. I just need some direction from council on how you would like me to go, and then certainly would like some discussion on the council member attending or council members attending. Thank you.
Councilmember Hayden.
Yeah, Mike and I had a discussion earlier this week. My concern with, and it's great that this many members of the community would like to participate in this stakeholders group, but my concern with that many people and going to a lottery system, that some people that should be included on that stakeholder groups, the ones that have the most time invested in the yacht club, where the legacy of that place is embedded into their character, would not be included. And I was trying to come up with a way that, continue with the lottery system, keep the community involved, but also let's not shortchange the people where the yacht club means the most. And Mike suggested that maybe we ask each council member to nominate someone to also be included in that stakeholders group, so that the people that should be in that room determining what could be say for a new design in the new building, for the history museum preserved in another way, would be able to participate. We know there's been a lot of controversy over this, and I really don't want to exclude the people that who have really spent the most time in that building for the past 60 years. And there are some residents here that are actually there for the dedication of the yacht club. So in terms of a council member being part of the stakeholders group, it's okay. If that request has been made and we want to designate somebody to be part of it as well, I don't have a problem with that. I've been through the building. I would rather the community, it's their turn to go through there and determine what they think would be appropriate for the new yacht club moving forward. So I would be in favor of continuing with the lottery system by age group, but I also am in favor of allowing each council member to pick someone to be included in that group as well. Thanks, Mayor.
Mr. City Manager, I think what you need to do that you haven't done, number one, what is your goal for the stakeholders group? And how is this going to happen? You and I had this discussion where you had said that your thought in this was to develop a stakeholders group, spend about a half a day, walk through the yacht club, and get recommendations for architectural features or things of that sort, and a recommendation back from them. So it sounded like it was a very short process. So could you elaborate what's your view of the elements of this stakeholders group, and what are you trying to get accomplished?
Yeah, sure. I think the first thing is maybe let's discuss what it's not, right? It's not a council appointed board or committee. So it doesn't have a required amount of seats. It's not intended to be long lasting and have a life that continues on beyond a very specific purpose. In addition to that, it's not intended to encompass the entire center part of the yacht club. This stakeholders group committee that I've pushed out is to specifically deal with the ballroom aspect itself, and the intent of the stakeholders group is to provide input to the architect who we have employed, Kimley Horn, Paul in CIP, and myself in administration, on elements that they think would be worthwhile bringing forward into the next building, next 50, 100 years. Now, it's purely a list of recommendations. None of this is meant to get ahead of the council and your decision making. None of this is meant to put a stake in the ground on any single element. It's just a point of information and consideration based on people that have been here through various points of time in the community. So what do I mean by that? So for example, we've had multiple discussions about the beams. And you know, it's a laminated beam. So you take a series of pine, you glue it together, and instead of having one 2x4 or 2x8 or 2x12, now you have a much larger one. Well, to save the exact beams that are in the building, you know, would require probably removing the roof more surgically, cutting the beams and supporting the other side so the roof doesn't fall down, craning them out of there, providing logistical support to send it to a storage center, and then waiting until we're going to construct a new one. Well, the cost of doing all that versus the cost of just buying a new laminated beam may make it fiscally irresponsible if you're not holding true to the historical element of that specific beam. Obviously, we could buy laminated beams. The decision for all that is still going to be before council. So it's not like this committee that's going to generate this recommendation is going to get ahead of you all or ahead of administration or the architect. It's just to provide input related to the yacht club. The way I see this stakeholder group working is we run the lottery, which I told staff yesterday morning, hold off on, because I knew we had to have this discussion. We run the lottery, we figure out the size of the group. We're going to have the date set. It'll be a morning situation. The building itself is not very large. You all walked through it with me, those of you who wanted to. You know and we went through the whole park. This is just for the building. Get some feedback, write down some notes with the architect, and then pull back to a meeting room and have kind of a larger discussion amongst the group on what did they see, what is the reasoning for the value, because I think to just hand you all a list of their recommendations without the reasons why the group collectively thought it was important is just an empty list. And so there may be things on the reasons why that spur you to think about things you didn't think about just going into this without the input. So that's the That's what it's not and what it is, and it is not intended to add any time on the schedule. It's meant to purely fit within the schedule that was already provided by CIP, and we can accomplish this in a day. I'll work with communications to consolidate it, or the architect, and then eventually we'll have an output to present back to council.
Let's talk about the 8 individuals and how you develop that categories. So we all have a crystal clear understanding how that'll work.
Yeah, I believe there are 6 individuals that are coming from, like I said, 60 years and greater, between 50 and 60, 40 and 50, 30 and 40, 20 and 30, 10 and 20. And then we have 1 member, I believe, from the Historical Museum Society, and then 1 member from the Youth Council. So that's the 8 people that were on my stakeholders group.
All right, quickly for me, I mean, it's pretty simple. I think, we've already advertised this in the community. This is how we're going to do it. This is, what the criteria is, and this is how we're going to move forward. We had a lot of community participation as far as a desire, but I think we're obligated. We've kind of explained what the rules of the game are, to stay with the rules with the game. So for me, having each council member pick an individual, I mean, a stakeholders group is just that. We stick to the criteria that the city manager developed, and with the 8 individuals, and let them do exactly what the city manager was trying to get accomplished. So for me, I don't have a desire to choose someone to be on there. I think it's exactly that. If we were going to add people, I would say instead of doing 8 to the lottery, you do 12 to the lottery, if that's what you wanted to do. But for us, I don't think, we need to be involved with picking the people. I don't want to skew the whatever the recommendation is. So I think the lottery system is fair for everyone that's involved. And as far as a council member being on it, I don't support that either. They're going to bring their recommendation back to us. But if we were going to do council, very similar to the SAC committee. Either we're all involved or we're not involved. Pick and choose, just having 1, having 2. So if we're going to do it, we're going to do it. If we're not, and if we do it, I think it should be as a observation only. We shouldn't be in the conversation to sway the recommendation. They're here from the public to get a public perception. We shouldn't be involved in that process, in my opinion. So my vote would be not to have any council participation. Let's wait till we get the recommendation, and then we will discuss it as a collective body. I think that's much better, because once you start getting more council members involved, you got to have public meetings, they got to be average. It just opens a big can of worms. I think it'll be a detriment instead of an asset. And I don't think that we should even be contributing in that conversation. This should be their recommendation. So that's where I stand. Councilmember Hayden already spoke. Councilmember Walsh.
Thank you. I was one of the council members that brought this up, and I think part of hearing what you're saying now, Mayor, I agree. Only if we can clear one thing up. At this point, we're allowing the public into the building. So if I wanted to have a one-on-one meeting with you, Mike, and I wanted to invite 3 people in a different age demographic to tour the building with me and you personally, is that something that we can do?
The building is closed at this time.
But we're opening it to a public stakeholders group.
Yeah, the people that are in my stakeholders group are going to have to provide a waiver in case, something happens while they're in there. But the building is closed to the public right now.
See, so that was part of my issue with maybe appointing someone, because we all can't go into the building together. And I might not look for something in the building that someone who I know has been in the community for years, 30 plus years, will see in the building that I didn't grow up there, I wasn't there at all times. So to allow that one person to be a lottery of everyone who's been in this community, and then we rely on their information, I feel it's more important that I have someone that I trust. So that's why I wanted to have a representative there. So if I'm able to bring a representative with me during a tour, then I'm okay with leaving it at the 6 random. But I would prefer then, if I'm not able to do that, to appoint someone, instead of me going with Mike, appoint someone to that committee who I trust to go into the building, look at certain architectural aspects that I don't know, and then respond back to me so that I can make that decision. So that was one of the thoughts there. So if there's a way to work to where we can have our individual meetings to avoid a public hearing, where we could bring one person with us, or the 2 people, or our one appointed person, I would be okay with that. But if not, I want to support us being able to have a representative there, if that makes sense, other than just allowing it to be a random lottery of 30,000 people. Thank you.
Councilmember Long?
Yeah, I'm not sure that I would agree with that last point. I mean, what's the point of doing all this if we can just, kind of pick and choose who we want to bring in and backdoor them in whichever way we want? I mean, part of the reason that we brought forth the stakeholder group was to solicit public input, and so we've received that. And so for me, much like the mayor said, the cat's already out of the bag in that regard. We've already advertised it, we've posted, and we've received entries. We continue to get beat over the head about transparency throughout this whole process, and so now here we are saying, let's see who we can get. It's a lottery system, and now on the other end of it, we're saying, well, hold on, the lottery system only applies to certain individuals, and then we get to pick and choose the other individuals. Unfortunately, we've already made the decision, or staff has made the decision and posted it with certain parameters, and so for me, to deviate from those in any way wouldn't be something that I could support.
Councilmember Steinke?
Thank you. I too was one that asked to be included, and what the main reason that started it all off is that the yacht club's in my district, and one of the things that I've tried to share in every opportunity I have to speak with citizens is that it's I am not just District 1's representative, I'm the entire city's representative, and that each one of us here at the dais is each citizen's representative. And so as I rethought that, every one of us would have people in our lives, and they're in the districts where our seat lies, that want to be heard in this decision-making process. When Mike shared with me, well, if it's more than one, then it's either, it's got to be a public meeting and all the other requirements that come along with it. That adds a degree of difficulty to this that shouldn't be there, in my opinion. We want citizen input. Let's let the citizens give the input. So I'm okay with not being there. I do think that 6 plus 2 is too few. Okay. We've got, certainly they're not 12-month-a-year residents, but we got loads of residents that are then going to be represented by 6 people. And they're going to be in time frames, when I look at it, and I've spoken of it before from this seat and other venues, we need to be concerned with memorializing what was there, serving the people that we have today, and being prepared for tomorrow. And I'm not so sure that those 6 brackets of time, if you will, serves those 3 segments in the way that they should be served. When we think about the youth of our area, the school kids today that would like a place for prom, for senior night, for the school dance, and you look at the businesses that want a point of a venue for conferences and whatnot, and we look at our community nonprofits and whatnot that want a place that they can have their fundraisers and whatnot. I'm not so sure that just 6 people in those age groups, if you will. So while it might not be right for each council member to say, this is my designate or my delegate, I think we certainly need to have not just a total crapshoot in a lottery of here's 6 people, one from this age group, or one from this tenure group, one from this tenure group, one from this tenure group, but more of feedback from those that have those 3 component interests. How do you memorialize the past? How do you serve today? And how do you be prepared for the future? As they consider architectural design, I think it's those 3 things that are really, really important. And so for that group then to bring that information to us, and from speaking for them, from our position, this is how we think the ballroom would best serve those 3 interests. If those are the 3 interests of the council and of the city, that's my input. I had said earlier in a meeting with Mike, and my one-on-one with Mike, I'd like to be observing the group as they discuss this, much like if you went to the Florida legislature, you get to sit upstairs and you get to hear what's going on the floor. You don't get to participate, but at least you get to hear and see the conversation and see the interaction and understand their feelings, their emotions and whatnot, and not just get a report that comes back, hey, here are the things that we're talking about with these 6 people, 10 people, 12 people, whatever it is. So to be involved with hearing what they're talking about, I think that's a great idea. I mean, the mayor said, you know, if it was a listen in only, can't participate, not allowed to influence, make decisions, speak, anything like that. So I think my main points are, I think 6 is too few. I think that just separating between, 50 to 60 years, 40 to 50 years, without concern for, the objective of where do we want to go with this, I think that's just too blind, if you will, too blind a pool.
Thank you for the input. One thing I do know about stakeholders group is once you get over about a dozen, it becomes unmanageable. So some of the criteria in selecting the size that we had, could we easily go to 2 people from each of those? Yes. It was more so about making sure that the group, otherwise could make it through, have a good discussion, and come up with a set of results. Otherwise, you get 15, 30 people in there. Now you have little breakout committees, and people are lagging behind. And I do think some of your input on those 3 topics, I think some of that, I see this thing, maybe it's the scope, which I think the mayor maybe had asked for me to try to line up. So to me, this group is going to be looking at the flooring treatment. Do you want the terrazzo floor? Does it make sense to have that into the next 50 to 100 years? Do you want does flying buttress represent, 20, 100 years from now? Do you want gable walls or hip walls? Do you want tongue and groove pine ceilings? So it's more so specific to those architectural elements and saying, is this worth recommending to council to consider in a future design? And so the things about the meeting space, right? The programming and all of that, while those are elements to be incorporated in, I'm not necessarily viewing the programming as the architectural design elements to go into the actual structure itself. More so, is a portico, worthy? I'm trying to think of some of the other elements that are in there. Oak stage and oak flooring, right? Stone facades, things of that nature. In hearing you talk about all the other things, though, I think it's important to remember that those other 1,500 people that have signed up can always come to council or send emails, and if there's some other way that, I mean, my goal is to make sure, again, I can't do anything against the timeline. But if there's other ways that you all want administration to engage and capture input or ideas, I'm open. To me, that's the end result of this, is getting the input. This is all about the input and the ideas.
Councilmember Cummings?
Thank you. You, I just want to clarify, you pretty much already advertised this out in the paper, correct? As basically being more transparent in a stakeholders group.
We did, and I'm reviewing it now, just, there was not a quantity listed. So when we put out the announcement to the media and what's up online, it says the City of Cape Coral is creating a stakeholder group to help shape the future of the yacht club. The stakeholder group will help determine which stylistic elements from the existing ballroom will be considered for incorporation in any new buildings, and will include members of city staff, residents, and the youth council. And then we asked for people to submit by August 4th, list your first and last name, the year you first started living here, so that we can figure out what cadre they're in, an email address and a phone number so that we can contact them if they were chosen. So the quantity was never set in stone to the public, but we had an idea of what we wanted, just so that we could keep it manageable.
So basically, you already put it out there, which I think that keeps the transparency on how you're doing this. And I'm in favor of this. I just feel like it makes more sense. I mean, that's what everyone's asking for, is transparency. So why do we want to bring it back into our laps? So I think you and your team thought really hard on this, and I think you guys did a really good job putting it together. But that's my opinion. I know we have a group up here, but I mean, most of us, I think, feel the same way. So I just want to let you know where I stand. Thanks.
Councilmember, I don't see any council members' lights on, but I know Councilmember Long wants to talk again, but I want to make sure everybody else had an opportunity first. Councilmember Shepherd. And after everybody does, I'll come back.
I understand. I've witnessed when there's too many people involved in stakeholders groups, it gets kind of chaos. I think 6 might be a little light. I would have no problem with upping it to maybe 12, because we might get people that can't show up last minute, or, and it's just a stakeholders group. They're not setting the path, so I have no problem with upping the number a little bit, like other councilmen mentioned. I think it's a big, but I do understand we don't want too many, because I've witnessed in situations where it gets uncontrollable. I know exactly what you're talking about. Thank you.
Okay, don't see any other lights on, so I will go, I'm sorry, Councilmember Cosden, you just put your light on?
Just real quick, since everyone's already said the same thing, basically, I think we need to stay the course and do what we said we were going to do. So it's 8, right? It's 6 plus 2. So we could go up to 10 or 12, I think, and be fine, but nothing above that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're back down to Councilmember Long.
One I was just going to make was already brought up by Mr. Ilchism, but it bears repeating that it is just a stakeholders group. I mean, they're not the final determination of fact as far as how we proceed. Anybody that's not included in the stakeholders group surely could reach out to any one of us at any point in time and voice their opinions. And to me, at least personally, it would be weighted in the same manner that I would weight someone that was chosen in the lottery from the stakeholders group. We're not talking about a significantly larger, complex facility. I would imagine, since the perimeters are limited to stylistic design sort of concepts, I don't think that there's really going to be a large pool and a large amount of deviation in what people are proposing. So if you don't make it, I don't think it's the end of the world. I think that you certainly would be able to reach out to any of us at any point in time, or come to public input at any of the meetings and voice your opinions on that. And I would be okay with 10 or 12 people. I think 10 is probably better based on what city manager had said with regards to having too many people, but whatever the consensus is.
Okay, Councilmember Hayden.
For some people that may not be included in the stakeholders group, walking through that building, and having one last embrace with it, so to speak, would mean a lot to them, because I think will help provide a little bit of closure for this, what will be coming down, the last great historical destination place that remains in our community, and what it represents and what it's meant to a lot of people. With so few people out of 1,500 going on this stakeholder group, and I want to remind council that any stakeholder group or any committee that we all appointed in the past had expertise, history, experience in the particular group that they were being appointed to. Again, we face the real possibility that 6 people will be chosen that have spent hardly any time in the yacht club. They'll have no history to fall back on, nothing to remember about what people, what that building meant to many, many others in the past. To me, it doesn't make a lot of sense to send in a stakeholders group that, or a high percentage of them, don't understand the meaning of what that building was and what it's meant to our city in the past, and how that could be included in any new design in the future. So I just want council to remember that, you know, this particular group, you know, may not have a stake in this place at all. So keep that in mind as we run through a lottery. I don't know that we expected this many people to be involved, but you know, I think we have to pay attention to the past as we look ahead to the future as well.
Councilmember Wells.
I have to agree with Councilmember Hayden that a lottery group of that many people might render some that don't have anything with the,
I'll come to you next.
have anything to do or know about the yacht club. So that brings me back to, even if we were to increase from the numbers that we said, then potentially we do the random lottery, but if we added, you know, 4 more to it, that we could do a council appointment on those 4, so that at least we could have 2 names of our own of people who we think are significant to that building that need to be there for that walkthrough. And whether a council member decides to add a name to that list or not, we would have 4 appointees to that stakeholders group. And we could do it down the line like we do any sort of appointee, where we have 2 or 3 names, we do a roll call, it gets done in a quick second, and that's just 4 people added to the random lottery. So I'll throw that out there as an option. I do, like I said, I think it's important that there's some people that have more history in that building, like their entire lives, that would give more input than a random lottery pick. Because I've been a part of this city for over 30 years, so I would fit in that 30-plus year category. But I can tell you that someone who lives right next to it and have been in that building and grew up swimming in that pool might see things that I see differently if I'm randomly picked. So I think having some control over who those additions are, if we're going to add more people, would be good. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other lights on, so I think what we'll do is, like you said, first off, we'll go down the list and see if a majority, we do everything here by a majority. See if a majority of council wants to make deviation to the plan that you already have in place. And it sounds like you got 8 stakeholders. You've already developed the criteria, how you were going to do it. So we'll go down the line first. I know I've heard some people said they were okay, some people wanted to add. So let's first just see where the majority wants to go. Do we want to make deviations from the city manager's plan that he's already put in place? To me, that's a yes or no. If a majority is yes, then we'll talk about the deviations. Councilmember Cosner?
I'm good with the 8, but I think it would be helpful if we could add 2 or 4 more people.
I'd like to see an increase in the number.
I'm okay either way with the 8, but I think no more than 10. And I think it still should be the lottery.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, for the deviation beyond the lottery.
Yes for the deviation.
What's the yes for?
For what Mike has proposed, and I'm also willing to add 2 or more into the lottery.
No.
All right, so it sounded to me that a majority of us had a desire to increase to maybe 10 individuals, but make it still a part of the lottery, the same system that the city manager had developed. So we'll go back down the list. Is 10, is that the number? Are you comfortable with that?
Just to make it easy, I mean, there's 6 groupings, so I think, I mean, just to double, put 2 in each one, it would make 12.
Okay.
And
Then
that-
you have the other 2, right?
Yeah, there,
It would be 14.
Just 2 in each
yeah.
group?
I have those 2 because it's important that I think somebody from the youth council who is going to be here for another 50 years, 150, has some say here, right? And they could even go back to the youth council and say, okay, look, I'm on this board, what do you all want? And they can even bring with some input from.
So your recommendation's 2 people in each category?
Yes,
For a total of 16 people?
well, 14.
14, because the 2 are, okay, so a total of 14 people. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
Yes?
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I just want a clarification, though, I mean, the majority already spoken, but the 2 individuals that you said are going to be from the specific categories are outside of that doubling that you had just referred to?
Correct.
Okay, yep, yeah.
So it's a total of 14. We have 2, I think they're professionals, architect, engineer, whatever.
Well,
No,
the stakeholders group is going to be providing input to them. So
Okay.
I'm not including myself and Paul and the architect in the.
Okay, all right. So a total of 14, all by the lottery system, be randomly picked and.
12 are by the lottery.
12, yeah, 12 by the
Yeah.
lottery.
The youth council will have 1 appointee and then the
For
historical.
a total
museum.
of 14.
Yes.
Everybody okay with that?
Historical museum.
Yep.
That kind of bookends the group that's considering the past with the group that's considering the future.
Oh, yeah, that was always the case.
All right. Sounds like you got the direction you're looking for? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I don't see anything else on the agenda. Councilmember Cozen, I appreciate you staying a couple extra minutes. Time and place of a future meeting, we have a city council budget workshop is scheduled for Tuesday, August 15th at 2 p.m. in council chambers. We also have a regular meeting of the Cape Coral City Council scheduled for Wednesday, August 16th, 2023, beginning at 4:30 p.m. in council chambers. Do I have a motion to adjourn? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Meeting adjourned.